Okay. Excellent. I would like to call
Recording
this
in progress.
I would like to call this meeting to order, and if you all would please join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation.
Mr. Villalobos, would you read an announcement describing how we are being covered on television?
Happy to. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Commission. Montecito Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. and 9 a.m. the South Coast, Lompoc, Salinas Valley, Samaria, and Orchid areas. Rebroadcasts of Montecito Planning Commission's hearings are on Fridays at 5 p.m. on CSB TV, Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and the county's YouTube channel, and will be available for download in a day or two. Should I move on to roll call?
That would be lovely. Thank you.
Great. Commissioner Police. Here. Commissioner Stahl. Here. Commissioner Senauer.
Here.
And Chair Miller.
Here.
And for the record, Commissioner Kubiak will be absent today.
Now, could we move on to the agenda status report? Mr. Wilson. Excuse me, Mr. Wilson, before you take us through the status report, Mr. Villalobos, do you have further reflections on Commissioner Senauer?
Yes.
Oh, excellent. Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Mr. Pettit.
Yes. Mr. Chair, because Commissioner Senauer is participating remotely, my understanding is that she's participating under the Just Cause provision under the Brown Act, and that requires that she identify the basis for her remote participation at the beginning of the meeting, as well as whether there are any individuals 18 years or older with her at her location and their general relationship to her.
All right. Am I on for that?
You are.
All right. Yes, I am caregiving two granddaughters, ages 4 and 6. They are not in the room. It is a hardship Zoom qualifier. And what else am I supposed to identify, please?
Commissioner Senauer, that is all.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wilson, back to you as to our status report.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, in regard to the status of our agenda, just want to make note that under item number 11, there are a number of requests for waived hearings. There is no action for the Planning Commission to take on those items. They're just noticing requirements only. And then on item 13, there is a consent item, which is the final report on the debris nets up in the canyons of Montecito. And then on our standard agenda, we have two items. We have the YMCA master plan project, and then we have ordinance amendments from long range planning that consist of Senate Bill 9 and telecom, as well as other ordinance amendments. And my understanding is that staff and applicants are ready to present on all those items today.
Excellent. And we then go on. I'm sorry. Commissioner Police.
Can we ask if there's any public comment on all that he just went through?
I think we come to the public comment a little bit later in our agenda, on item 7.
Okay.
All of the things not covered, and then for I think what he did is a preview of coming attractions, at which point we will march through to these attractions as they happen.
Okay.
With that, let's go to the projection report.
Okay, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, just an invitation announcement is that on December 4th, there's the Planning Commission holiday luncheon, and so we just want to make the commissioners aware of that. I believe it will be at Playa Azul. I think the place where it was last year. So we wanted to make the commissions aware and the invitations that you're invited to attend that. No action needed other than to show up on that day. The next hearing is on December 18th, and that has 2 items projected for that date, which is an appeal of the SoCal Gas poll that we've heard several times. And then we have the Highway 101 widening of segment 4D amendment coming to the commission on that date. And just, I know we asked this last time, and we just want to confirm that we can have a quorum for the commission to provide comments on that project before it goes to the County Planning Commission. And then in looking in January, there are no items projected in January. So that will close out our year. And Chair, if I can go back to you, just make sure we have confirmation for a quorum in December 18th.
I think that's a valid concern. I will be detracting from quorum. I will not be here on that date.
Okay, I'll be here. I have a question about that hearing. Who do we have coming for this 101 crowd? So can we ask some other questions of them about the work in the Montecito area? Is that possible?
So Chair, I will look to Mr. Seawards for that answer.
You can tell me later if you
Commissioner
want.
Palice, can you be more specific who the questions are for, and then we can see if we can get somebody here?
Yeah, it's for the sound wall. We've been asking for, and we'd like to have them come in front again, and just, our time is up. Supposedly, there's this time frame of allowance before they forget or want to forget that piece of highway from Hickson to San Isidro,
Yeah.
which under the new floodplain analysis, I don't see a reason why we can't put that in.
Well, Caltrans will be here, so they can answer any questions you have on that.
Maybe we could just pre-warn them that that would be a
Sure.
little topic for 10, 15 minutes.
Okay, yep.
Thank you.
Commissioner Stenhour, if I won't claim thorough knowledge of your schedule, but am I correct that there may be a reason to think that you would also not be able to contribute to quorum in December?
Correct.
So
I will be able to attend via Zoom, but it will not qualify as a member of the quorum.
So at this point,
gotta
the
ask
quorum
Bob.
for December relies on people not present. And so I think that there is a reasonable cause for a quorum concern.
So Chair, I think we still need to hear from Commissioner Stahl and I think Commissioner Kupiak. He's not here, but we can reach out to him. So if we could get a response from Commissioner Stahl on our availability on December 18th.
As of right now, I can be available.
And Chair, we'll reach out to Commissioner Kupiak to confirm his attendance.
Would it be worth considering an alternate date or no? That's probably a lot of work at this point, huh? Okay.
Too close to Christmas. They're
Yeah.
closed too.
So Chair and Commissioners, in order to give opportunity for the Montecito Planning Commission to weigh in and provide comments on that Highway 101 project, there's strict timelines that they're under. So that's the date that would work for them. So if we miss that date, it's going to go straight to the County Planning Commission for review and action.
Understood.
Well, unless Bob's sick, he'd probably be here because he's quite concerned about the topic.
Yes, he is. So, okay, so,
Chair, I mean, if we wanted to set a special hearing, you can, but December's going to be a challenge, but we could trail that item to later today if you wanted to try to set a special hearing. As of right now, I don't know dates that are available to do a special hearing.
okay.
But we could trail that to the end of today to bring that back up before we adjourn.
That would be, yeah, my preference would be to bump it up in December for my own selfish purposes, but we'll,
And we'd also need to work with the applicants too. So there's a lot
Understood.
of moving pieces to set
Yeah.
special hearings on these projects, so.
understood. Yeah.
We'll know in a minute or two, I think.
Okay. So we are now opening, Mr. Villalobos, do we have public comment on items not on today's agenda?
Mr. Chair, I have not received any speaker slips. For those who are online, if you want to speak on any item not on today's agenda, go ahead and raise your hand and I'll call on you. For items on our standard agenda, just hold off for now. And not seeing any hands raised.
Okay, now I would look to other commissioners for informational reports. Commissioner Police, has anything interesting happened to you that you would want to report to this body?
Well, I went to the MA meeting in Montecito last week, I guess it was, and the conversations regarding putting in sidewalks, the bucket brigade, and I thought it's quite interesting. Some of it's quite controversial, and there's no, it's at the direction, I guess, of DOS or the Public Works, but it should be going through this process of us at the Montecito Commission. But anyway, I heard them speak, and it seems like it's kind of just nonprofits deciding where it's going to go and why. So I thought that was interesting, but I'll stop there.
Commissioner Stahl, do you have informational reports that would be of interest to this body? Commissioner Senhauer, do you have anything, an informational report of interest to this body?
But not at this time, thank you.
Okay. I believe it's Mr. Villalobos. We have the meeting minutes of February and October again. Could you refresh my memory as to why February seems to be a laggard in the process?
So, yes, I'm happy to do so, Mr. Chair. So the set of February minutes was, if you go to the flood control update item, this was an item that Commissioner Kupiec had asked staff to alter the language to be a little bit more strongly worded.
Yes.
And so we had been anticipating his return to the commission before we reviewed them. He seemed a little surprised by that, I think, at the last meeting, and so we just continued it. So I think if the intent was just to hold off until he was able to properly review that, then we probably should continue this set again.
Well, maybe we can make it a special one-year anniversary next, on the February meeting. Okay. So on to October 16th. I would entertain do other people have comments on the 16th meeting minutes?
I don't.
Commissioner Stahl, do you have comments on meeting? Commissioner Senhauer?
No.
Okay. Well, in that case, I would entertain a motion to approve the October 16th meeting minutes.
I just have one question for the staff, maybe Mr. Wilson. Is the Biltmore property revision, is that as is? Has anything changed with this?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I think the director's report will cover that.
Okay. Let's go.
Okay, so my eyes turn towards any present commissioner to make a motion to approve these minutes.
I approve the, I mean, I don't approve, but I suggest we approve. It's a motion to approve.
Motion to approve. I'm looking for a second. Okay. Mr. Villalobos, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Police?
Yes.
Commissioner Stahl? Yes. Commissioner Senhauer?
Yes.
And Chair Miller?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay. The special hearing of October 18th. While present, the substance of this meeting I was not present for, and so while I will chair a discussion of the approval of it, I will abstain from voting on approval or not. With that said, this was a unique meeting, and so are there comments as to the minutes? Commissioner
No.
Felice, Commissioner Stahl? Do you? Okay. Commissioner Senhauer?
No.
Okay. With that, now, as a point of order, Commissioner Senhauer can vote on this matter, even though she's a,
Right.
okay, right, okay. So with that, I would entertain a motion to approve these minutes.
I move that we approve this minutes for this date,
Second,
October 18th.
Commissioner Stahl, okay, Commissioner Stahl seconds. Mr. Villalobos, will you give a roll call vote?
Commissioner Felice,
Yes.
Commissioner Stahl, Commissioner Senauer,
Yes.
and Chair Miller
Abstain.
abstains. Great, thank you.
Okay. So with two of those three cleared off the docket, Director Plowman, what do you have to report to us and inform us of?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. I have a brief report this morning. I have a couple of things to report from the Board of Supervisors. One, I am reporting that the Music Academy appeal was denied, and that project, the revision to the CUP was approved by the Board of Supervisors. And I can't remember if I reported to you on this, I don't think I did, but the HLAC landmark designation of All Saints Church was approved by the Board of Supervisors. The board approved a mobile home park overlay urgency ordinance. And this, I don't think has any application in the Montecito area, but we have mobile home parks that are around the county in both North County and South County. And there's been some concern that they may convert the senior ones. And so there was an urgency ordinance adopted, and the board directed us to move forward on developing an overlay to protect mobile home parks, all of them, regardless of age, from redevelopment, and then have an overlay to secure the senior facilities so that they remain at least 80% senior. So the Long Range Planning Division will be taking that up, but we have this urgency ordinance that we put in place. We're going to be extending that on the 10th of December, and that gives us about almost 11 months to get the overlay through the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors. Is there a question? Okay. And then I wanted to let you know that the Planning Commission acted on the Miramar, and then that was appealed. So that has been appealed to the Board of Supervisors, and we'll be hearing that on December 10th at the board. Also, normally that is a Santa Maria hearing, but the board switched their Santa Maria date. So the Santa Maria date is now on the 3rd of December, and the Santa Barbara date is the 10th. The board also added a December 17th hearing because their calendar was getting quite full. They only had one hearing in November, and so things were getting backed up. So that'll be the last hearing that they have in 2024 on the 17th. And then just other upcoming board items, they'll be hearing the SB 35 Coastal Zone Amendment, which is bringing our code into alignment with state law. They hear and that's on the 3rd. They hear the Ag Enterprise Ordinance on the 10th of December. They've heard it once before, and they're going to hear it final time on the 10th, hopefully. There's an HLAC nomination for 2929 East Valley Road that was appealed by the applicant. I'm sorry, the landowner. It was initiated by HLAC, and the landowner is in disagreement, and so that'll be heard by the board also on the 10th. And then they have the Blanco appeal, which is in North County. That's on the 10th. So we have quite a busy day on the 10th of December.
I have a question.
Commissioner Stahl.
On the Music Academy, when we
Can you bring the mic down? Yeah, there you go.
when we voted on that, I believe we put something in there, a condition that referred to the different exits from there. Did our condition that we put on it pass through the Board of Supervisors, or did they remove that?
The board, Supervisor Stahl through the chair, The board did not remove any conditions, so I will look to Mr. Seawards, but I believe that if you attached a condition, it was also approved by the board.
Can you verify that for us? I mean, you don't have to do it right this second, but.
Yeah.
I got a question, too.
Commissioner Palice.
Commissioner Stahl, it has been confirmed that the condition that you're discussing was included in the package, and it talks about researching potential use of different exits or entrances, but there's no mandatory element to it. But it is a.
I don't think that's what we put, though.
Well,
I
that's what they
think,
got.
excuse me?
Continue.
Oh,
Sorry.
no,
Commissioner Stahl, continue, and then we'll go to you, Commissioner Palice.
maybe somebody else can detail.
Well,
but
I'll
I'm
circle
pretty
back
sure-
with you.
I'm pretty sure that we put something in there about being able to exit onto Fairway.
I'll have to look and get back to you.
Okay, because it should be in our minutes.
It would be in the minutes.
Yeah.
Yes, just curious on the progress. Are all of the housing tracks still in play that we got approved or you got approved for the housing element? Is everything progressing? Are you, as you hope?
Yeah, Commissioner Palice, through the chair, things are progressing. We are currently working with the Coastal Commission on 2 sites in the Carpinteria Valley. They have to approve those, and so we're hoping to see those go to a commission hearing in early next year. We're making progress there, but everything else seems to be going as expected.
That's good. Thank you.
One more question.
Oh, Commissioner Stahl.
When we were talking about the Miramar, there were references to the county looking at some point at Manning Park as affordable housing. Is that completely off the table?
Commissioner Stahl, through the chair, we are not looking at any parks as part of this. We've designated all the sites through our housing element update. We're not looking to expand those sites at this point in time, and we're not looking at areas that are zoned for recreation or serve as a recreational resource to a community.
Okay, so that's off the table. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Somewhat notably, it was never on the table, but was
but it
much
was- it
discussed.
was referenced.
It was absolutely referenced, but yes, it was, I don't believe that was ever under serious consideration by county staff.
Yeah, no.
Which is not to say it wasn't discussed. It's just that, that there was,
I just was wanting to make sure we got that.
Commissioner Senhauer, did you have any questions for our director?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Director
Thank
Plowman.
you. Thank you.
Okay.
Don't leave.
Oh, okay. Do you have more for Director Plowman?
But on the next item,
The public hearings?
yes.
Okay, well, I would love to have you stay if you wouldn't mind. Okay, on to item 11, if I'm getting my Roman numerals right. Waived public hearings. So,
So Chair and Commissioners, there's no action for the commission on these. These are noticing requirements only. So I'm just repeating it. Sorry, Commissioner Luce.
okay.
So we can move to item.
Well, I think Commissioner Stahl had a question about waived public hearing items, so I would want to,
So they're on the agenda as noticing. They're not on the agenda for discussion purposes. So we can't discuss the nature of the projects. They're on the agenda as a noticing requirement, not as an agenda discussion item.
is there process
What
question?
makes them that?
Can we have a conversation about the process of waived?
Yeah, so the
Without
or-
discussing the substance of what's happening on those building sites.
Yeah, so Chair and Commissioners, the ordinance allows an applicant to request their project to be waived from a public hearing. The ordinance outlines the requirements for that request to be made, which is to have a notice placed in the Montecito Planning Commission's agenda, noticing the public that there's a request for a waived public hearing. So the items on the agenda to meet the noticing requirements is not on the agenda for discussion purposes or to discuss the merits of those projects. It's a noticing requirement only.
So Commissioner Stahl, if you have a question, we may or may not be able to answer it, but please go ahead.
So do requests for a public hearing come to you in writing or email, or what is the process?
Chair and Commissioners, looking at the agenda, it outlines the process for how those are submitted. A member of the public needs to submit them in writing to the staff person. That could be email, or if they want to do a handwritten note, that's fine too. But they need to put it in writing and submit it to the staff planner.
And then how is that decided? I mean, if somebody, say 2 people want to have it at a public hearing, then is that enough people?
So if a member of the public submits a written request, then the waiver is no longer on the table, and then it moves into a public hearing.
And is that before us?
If that, yes, because you act as the zoning administrator, so you serve as the public hearing for the Montecito Community Plan area.
Okay, and how do I differentiate between myself as a private citizen and a commissioner?
So Chair and Commissioners, we will follow up with the commissions on the standing of a member of the public to submit a request. Because just the advice is you will be acting as a hearing body for any item that has a member of the
okay.
public.
I understand.
So that's
Yeah,
the caution is that you will be acting as the hearing body.
right, so I would have to recuse myself. Okay, thank you.
So, item 11, Mr. Wilson, would you differentiate for me between item 11 and item 12 in terms of how we are?
So Chair and Commissioners, there's 2 requests for waiver, item 11 and item 12. So we can move down to item the consent.
The difference being that there's no more time.
Oh.
Time is published.
Can I see this real quick? Sorry. So the difference between item 11 and 12 is 11, there is still time for somebody to request a hearing. Item 12 is meeting the requirements of the code to notice it, but the timeline is already ran on that, so that that item is no longer available to have a public hearing. The time's ran out on that. So that's just advising the public that it's been waived.
And that happens because the MPC only meets once a month.
Okay. Commissioner Stahl, would you like to have Director Plowman still in attendance, or have we covered the elements that you were asking her to stay for?
I just had a question on item 13.
Oh, okay. Well, then let's move on to item 13. Commissioner Stahl,
So I should probably read it into the record.
Yes, that would be
And
great.
then the commission decides whether or not to make a motion or pull it from consent.
okay.
Okay, so while staff is preparing this, I'll read it into the record. The Montecito Planning Commission will receive and file the annual maintenance report as required by condition number 31 of the approved Montecito Debris Flow Mitigation Project Development Plan Project, case number 19 DVP 36.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, this item is listed on the agenda as a consent item. If the commission wants to discuss or ask questions on this specific item, we need to pull it off of the consent item, and then we can discuss it.
Okay. So to properly understand that waived items, it is not really our discretion to kind of move them around, but consent items, it is within the function of this body to have them agendized in a different way or not.
So, Chair and Commissioners, I think the answer to that question is yes. So
You can move it to your regular agenda.
So the difference
Okay.
between a consent and a standard agenda is consent is like an administrative. You can just take a vote on it and no discussion. But if you want to have a presentation or ask questions on it, then you just pull it off of the consent and it goes onto your standard agenda. So
Okay.
that's this. So that's the difference between consent and waived hearings. You can discuss a consent item.
Understood. So in my mind, pulling this off the agenda, and as long as we're doing the 101 and sound walls, why not do debris nets? That would be the most Montecito of all MPC meetings ever. So would you, would entertain a motion to pull this onto the regular agenda?
So Chair and Commissioner, you don't have to have a motion. You can just
Tell
we'll
you,
just-
yeah,
Okay.
next
we just
month.
pull it. It's going to be on our standard agenda, and then staff's here, ready to ask any questions. And we would treat it like a item on a standard agenda where you would be able to, he's read it in the record, staff will hear to answer questions, you have to have public comment, and then there's recommended actions on it,
But
which is,
that's not a right now, that's a next meeting thing?
that's right now.
Oh, let's go. Okay.
Well, it doesn't give public much notice of this, but
Should we notice it for the next meeting then?
I would prefer that. You have a problem with that?
So, so Chair and Commissioners.
Breaking the
so
rules.
We've pulled this item off of consent. It's now on the floor for your discussion, ask questions, public comment. If the commission wants to continue this to another item, another date, you may do that as well, but we'd have to take public comment on that as well.
So do we have any right to listen to the county now, or what? Eric here?
So my understanding is that we can either hear it now, or we can continue it to the next meeting if there's a thought that more members of the public would want to get involved. And so I will defer to, I would be interested in the consensus or the majority opinion of this group. So are you team November or team December on this
So,
topic?
so Chair and Commissioners, I know there's a desire to continue this, but since it's on the agenda, we've now pulled it, we do have to take public comment. So we do need to
Okay,
take some action on it.
let's lead off with
Let's continue.
public comment.
So then you can still continue it
Yeah.
at the end.
Okay.
But staff's here. I believe there's somebody from the public here as well.
Oh, well, that's
And
excellent.
if
Okay.
you want to continue it after, hey, you have all that information, then you can do that.
Let's
But
see how it goes here.
Mr. Villalobos, can we open this item up to public comment?
Certainly. So I don't have any speaker slips. If you have not submitted a speaker slip, you just come to the dais and just fill one out before you leave.
so Chair, Commissioners, my apologies, and no offense to, it's the applicant I saw. He's more than a member of the public. He's the applicant on this. So staff's here, the applicant's here. If you have questions for the applicant, you can. If you want to continue it, you can. There's a full array of options for you on this item.
There's an applicant.
And so just to be clear, I think that what that means is there's no public comment.
Okay, with that in mind, I'd like to go back to the commission as to who is leaning towards a do it now versus a continuation.
I would continue.
You would continue. Commissioner Stahl. Commissioner Sandhauer, do you have a preference on this topic?
I do not.
Okay.
So, and Chair, just a clarification, this is a receive and file only, so there is no action other than to receive and file a report. So if you want to continue the action to receive and file to December,
That's all that is?
yes, this is a receive and file. There is no action. The action today is to take a report from staff and file it away.
So and no comment from staff?
Staff's here to provide comments if you'd like. but
Well,
there is no
at least
action.
be able to hear something.
Okay.
You can hear
Wait,
something
should we
now
have the
or
staff presentation
December.
now?
Sure.
Is that, I
Let's
don't
just do
have
it.
strong opinions on this matter.
Let's
but
just do it.
Okay. I think that, I believe that the motivation of the commission in looking at a continuation is the idea that this has been a controversial topic within the community, both being installed and in the removal, and that there might be a desire for public comment on it. And that because it was on the consent agenda, rather than as a normal item, that members of the public maybe didn't appear to comment on it.
So
That's, I think, the sentiment coming from this group.
That's-
Huh?
Yeah, that's fine. So whether it's the consent or standard, it was noticed as far as the agenda went out. If the commission wants to continue it for receive and file, that's fine. Just make a motion, we'll continue it, and we'll come back in December.
It seems like that, Commissioner Stahl.
If we continue it, can it be a regular agenda item for public review and questions of staff?
So, Chair and Commissioners, it is already a regular agenda item. The only difference was it was marked as an administrative item versus on a standard. So nothing will change when we come back. We can put it on the standard agenda item, but there really isn't any need to continue this item because it was already on that. But I defer to the commission on how they would like to proceed on that.
I definitely think there's reasons, to have it for public comment.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Director Pop.
I'm going to recommend that you move it, if you wanted to have it, ask some questions to staff, that you move this from the administrative or the consent to the standard agenda, and then you have a discussion. There really is no need to continue it.
Okay. Thank you, Director Plowman, for your recommendation. I think we've done the moving. I think the question is whether or not, so it is, there has not been consent, for lack of a better term. And so I think the question is now, do we want to hear it now or have it continue? I'm open. I appreciate staff's recommendation that the only thing we're going to be able to ultimately do as action on this item is nod and say thank you. Now, that doesn't prevent questions and review. But
I'm ready to, let's just deal with it right now.
okay, are you good with? Well, no.
Well,
Here, Mike, please.
I would prefer that the public have a chance.
There you go.
What?
No, you're good.
There you go.
Yeah, I don't know why this is just not open to discussion, so I'd rather continue it and be able to have the public ask their questions. Because there's a lot of questions in the community.
Okay. So let's put this to a vote. I think discussion on this is going to make this. I would entertain a motion to continue this item, and if it fails, then we will go forward with hearing it now. And if it doesn't fail, we will. If it passes, then we will continue it. I think that's the easiest way to resolve that. I am looking for that motion from a commissioner.
Can it be continued as a standard agenda item?
It is a standard, as of right now, per the chair's discretion, this is a standard agenda item as we speak. I have deconsented this. It's no longer on the consent calendar.
Okay.
And
I
so
second.
this is the brutal hand of my authoritarian instinct of no longer being consented.
I have a motion.
It's just, are we doing it now or are we doing it next month? And I think, okay, so here's the motion.
The motion is to do it now.
To do it, to do it now. Okay. Can I have a second?
As I see,
Commissioner Senauer.
Yes.
Okay, I have a second. Mr. Villalobos, take us through a roll call vote. Mr. Villalobos, could you take us through a roll call vote on the do it now?
what's it?
Okay,
This is how we get to
Okay.
answers. I realize this isn't usually a voted matter, but
Commissioner
good.
Police,
Yes.
Commissioner Stahl, Commissioner Senauer,
Yes.
okay, we're doing it now. Thank you. Yes, it's my vote. With that,
So, Mr. Chair,
yes.
hi.
Hi.
So staff is here to answer any questions. We do not have a presentation today because this was a consent item. We do have Mr. McElroy here, who was the original applicant and
Yes.
saw this project through its entirety. So we kind of feel like we have the whole project team here ready to answer any questions that you guys have today.
What is the nature of the annual maintenance report? I understand that hasn't been distilled down into a presentation today, but
So we did provide a memo
Okay.
that describes the last year's activities out at the site with the conclusion that the nets have now been removed. That's the bottom line.
I would like to hear, if I could, Pat speak and just give us his wrap-up, because he's the most knowledgeable, I think, in the whole scheme of things. Pat, what do you think?
sounds good.
Chairman Miller, Commissioners, I'm Pat McElroy. I was the Executive Director of TPRC, who put in the nets in starting in 2018. Our permit with the county expired last December 23rd. So up until that point, we had been talking about possibly continuing the presence of the nets. It was determined in October that that wasn't practical from our standpoint and from the county's for different reasons, different viewpoints. So the nets were removed, I think, this week a year ago was when the project concluded. What we did do at the request of the First District and also the head of Public Works was we left our anchor bolts in. So the anchor bolts are as deep as 30 feet in, but there's the anchor loops are the only thing that protrude out of the banks of the creek or the canyon. The reason for that was that there was ongoing discussion with people in the community about keeping as many as 4 of the nets in on an ongoing basis. 2 in Buena Vista and 2 in either Cold Springs or San Ysidro Canyon. At the time, we said that would be fine with us. They're out of the bolts, the anchor loops themselves are out of the creek. They're 5 feet above the level of the creek. So it doesn't involve working inside of the creek, which triggers a lot of environmental review. And so we ran that by the regulatory agencies, which included CDFW, California Regional Water Quality Control Board, and decided to keep them in. So as we went into 2025, we have the grant money to take them out, but we pushed it off at the request of the county. We had everybody there. It would have been really easy to take them out, but at the express request of the county, we left them in. This year, we talked in the springtime with flood control regarding the same issue about taking them out. And it was at the request of flood control that they wanted us to wait till the end of this year's fire season because they have a project they're planning on doing in Buena Vista Creek. It hasn't got off the ground yet, and so this would allow that project to move forward. So if we did have a fire and we lost the watershed, you still had the ability to put the nets up. They're in storage at a remote location. So, and as the season progressed further, and talking to our contractor, they don't want to do anything till the ground is wet. And I certainly don't want to do anything until we've had a few inches of rain. The last thing I want to do as a conclusion to this project is start a brush fire in the same canyons that caused the debris flow in the first place. So right now, we have our contractor set, we have the money in place to put them out, and we're basically looking at the weather. And so our plan at this point is to remove the anchor loops sometime during the winter.
So,
Mr. Pleacher.
so that would, why is actually removes something that would be an asset if we were to ever to put them back.
Yeah.
So what's the motivation to taking them out?
That's the condition of our permit.
But is it in the best interest of the public to do something like that?
That's really not my decision.
Yeah.
That's not my. I'm a private citizen. It's not my decision to make on the
Okay.
value. It's all I know is that we can no longer afford the expense of maintaining the nets, the insurance involved as a private group, and the liability involved as a private group.
And
We have permission from the landowners, and the landowners are insured until January of 2029. But at this point, we are planning and fully expect to pull out to cut off the anchor loops this spring.
So it'd be a decision by flood control to decide whether it's in their best interest if they think they might want to put them back in. But I guess can we just go back to October and tell me again, do you believe the right decision?
Well, in all fairness to everybody on the county side of the thing, it was our decision to pull the nets out.
Right.
Because we knew that we couldn't sustain it. Say, for example, we decided we're going to keep them through because we can't work in the rainy season.
I understand that, yeah.
So if we didn't get them out by the start of the rainy season and California Regional Water Quality Control Board allowed us to extend that instead of November 1st to November 15th. At that point, if we had been successful extending our permit and looked like we were close to doing that, we would still we would still be holding all of the liability. And for us as a small nonprofit, there was no reasonable expectation that FEMA would fund us in ongoing, and in fact, they wouldn't have this last year. There was no presidential declaration for the storms. So we made a decision, and we thought it was, number one, responsible for us financially. And if say a couple of nets had filled up, but we didn't have the money to clean them out, it would have been irresponsibly environmentally, and we just made the decision that we were going to pull them out. I want to make it clear that we made the decision.
I understand
that
that,
we had
but
to do that.
you had to make a decision to pull them, but the decision so you could speak for yourself, but I thought you were trying to transfer that responsibility and keep those nets up was the intention of your nonprofit.
And we took that as far as we could. And it just wasn't going to work. And so we made it was a difficult decision. But we feel that was a responsible decision, and I stand by it.
Yeah, I guess let's just finish this up. I understand what your position was, but can I say that the nonprofit was hoping to transfer this and keep them up because that was in the best interest of the community, or was that just you didn't make that call and you didn't think that?
I don't want to be too repetitive, but we took it as far as we could.
All right.
And we felt that we would be, had we accepted or had gotten a new permit without the funding to back it up, it would have been a completely irresponsible decision. So that's the decision.
So probably the county had the same issue with funding, probably.
I think that they had one of the main concerns we had was it's not a cheap thing to do to their location. It's not a cheap thing to clear the debris nets out.
Yep.
And they would have the same concerns we had if you don't get a disaster declared, where are you going to get the money to fund it? And so and on that particular part of the discussion, the county, flood control, and ourselves are aligned.
And then the fact of it was, the reason why we put them up actually was to protect us when we were so bare of vegetation on the hill.
The initial thing, that's why we went for a 5-year permit, because the recommendations from the geologists and Colorado School of Mines and other people we consulted is the watershed would recover enough in 3 to 5 years to make a debris flow less likely. And so that was the condition that we went into from the beginning. And
so you succeeded in bridging that gap.
Yeah, well, we do. But I think that was why the county or flood control was interested in keeping them up, keeping the anchor loops in place until the watershed had another year, until they could get the Buena Vista
basin
in place.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Stahl.
Is there a downside to leaving the bolts?
Well, there's for people who never thought they should have been in there in the first place, there's a big downside. Okay, for me as somebody who talked to the landowners and gained their trust and insured them and all that, I don't want to be in a position where, because of those anchor loops, a private landowner maintains liability. So somebody have an accident or use it as a climbing aid or just messing around with them, I think that I want to remove that liability from the landowners. I think that's the responsible thing to do.
But basically, it sounds like these decisions were made as financial decisions, not necessarily
Well, financial
safety.
and environmental. I mean, and public safety.
So the public safety wasn't, there was,
Rescue in our pool.
I
just want to know, like, the community of Montecito, were we safer with the nets?
that was my hope, but that it doesn't seem to have prevailed.
You mean as a reason to keep them up, or as a reason that they were,
To reason to maintain them in the way that we would have needed to maintain them, it was just not, it was not possible to do that.
and the county was not willing to take that over.
They had a lot of the same concerns we did about how do you pay for the clean out if it's not a declared disaster. But I want to make clear
It came down to
that
money.
yeah, if I want to make clear that if people weren't aware of it already, we had been discussing with the county. It wasn't going to go the way that I think either of us wanted, but we had to consider the liability of us going forward without a source of funding should something go wrong, and that was at the heart of our decision. We didn't want to make the situation environmentally worse.
It just seems, when you talk to people, who live in Montecito, I think people feel like it was never presented as an option to, what?
No, Commissioner Stahl, and then we can come back to Commissioner Polito.
Like I had spoken to people at the county who felt like the one on Buena Vista was important to keep in place, and I was told that those discussions were ongoing, and then all of a sudden, they just stopped.
Yeah, and one of the reasons I think it's just understanding how the nets work, and really the way I've described it before is the anchors and all the engineering that go into that. If you're building it, as the analogy be like a house, the anchors are the house. The nets are like a big picture window in the front of the house that catches everything that comes through. So once those nets are out, the material is able to move down the canyon, whether it's water, debris-laden flooding, or debris flow, and it doesn't back up and block the creek until we clean the material out. So with just leaving the anchors in, so if the county did decide that they want to have them, they were available, we wanted to extend that courtesy.
Right.
And we waited through another year without event, and I think that the county's plans to Buena Vista Canyon, the work they did with Randall Road, and the work that's going to be ongoing in both Cold Springs and San Ysidro Canyon, I think it was the right decision.
And was it flood control that made these decisions?
It
on
wasn't-
behalf
it
of the
wasn't-
county? Or county council? I mean,
Wasn't
who made these decisions?
nobody made a decision to pull them out except us.
But there was no funding, so,
There was no funding.
and
We were successful due to the help of Congressman Carbajal. We are in the process now, so we're still in the process, almost after 22 months with FEMA, of we've finally been, our funding has been authorized, so that's what we're working on right now. I mean, we're still working on stuff associated with this project, but the nets are out.
But if you're still working on things for this project, then why take out the anchor bolts?
Because that's the condition of our permits.
And the county is unwilling to renew your permit?
The county we were in process with the county. This is not part of the county permit. It's part of California Department of Fish and Wildlife and California Regional Water Quality Control Board.
And they're not willing to renew it? Or you haven't asked them to? Or?
We don't have the resources to extend those permits. It was an extremely expensive and laborious process from the beginning, and that's just not an environment that we felt we could move ahead in.
I'm still confused.
That's all right.
To clarify, at this point, the annual reporting for this was a 5-year process, of which
Yes.
this is the final report.
Yes.
But the permit is now closed,
The
or it
permit
remains in
expired-
a certain purgatory with eye bolts still out there? Like what, just, without speaking to the merits of the project, I'm a little unclear as to where we are.
Just, Eric, you wouldn't maybe,
Mr. Chair, the permit was for 5 years, the conditional use permit approved by the Montecito Planning Commission. That timeframe is over. This is our 5-year, our 5th-year report. If there was interest in reinstalling the nets, it would require a new application.
Yeah,
for a
So
new
the
CUP.
existence of these anchor bolts, though,
Ad hoc.
the permit is expired, but the permit that permitted the anchor bolts, okay, the permit that permitted the anchor bolts is expired, but the anchor bolts are still there, but do need to be removed as a condition of the permit?
Yes, because we have two permits and they're kind of overlapping. Actually, we have three or four, but the one with the county has expired a year ago. The one with CDFW goes through 2025, and California Regional Water Quality Control Board as well. So we have to get them out this year.
So is this, perhaps Director Plowman, you could help me understand this. Is this an issue where we are, there is selective enforcement of the,
I hear where you're going.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, I believe the removal of the bolts is a CDFW requirement,
okay.
and their permit is still, they're still working with CDFW, and that's due to expire into the future. And so this is something that CDFW wants the creek returned to its natural state. That was the part of the agreement with the original permit.
Yep.
And so that's what they're pursuing, is my understanding. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
that's correct.
Okay, so the county level permit has no
It's done.
further opinions about
expired.
bolts wherever they may be. And so when we move on to item 14, this will be a memory. Okay, understood. I appreciate you clarifying.
Final comment. I want to make sure you said this, but I know you worked tirelessly for months to get an agreement, and so it's unfortunate that didn't get more publicity, but I guess you thought you were going to end up with having that thing extended.
We pushed to have it done, but I'm a big guy.
Yeah.
If we're not if we're not going to win and it's
over with.
It's not going to work. It's over with. Time
Yeah.
to.
But one last thing, I want to congratulate you and the team that did all of this on the private side to get it up. It's commendable, and the community owes a debt of gratitude to the whole team. So thank you.
Okay, and I just want to make sure that the team included county flood control. The team included CDFW.
But it wouldn't have
regional water-
happened without you guys.
Yeah, but anyway, I'm not leaving this with any bitterness. This is an attempt to do something, and maybe I'm sure that there's stuff that was learned in this process that will be useful in the future, because this is something that is a part of the history of Santa Barbara County, and it's just something that cycles through.
Private-public partnerships are really hard to do, but when they happen, they usually happen well.
Yeah.
So thank you.
No.
Commissioner
Thank you.
Senauer, did you have any comments or questions on this matter?
I do. Pat, thank you very much. I have a question about, you mentioned the nets are in storage at this point.
Mm-hmm.
How does that work? I'm sure it's costly to keep them in storage.
No,
Maybe
it's
not.
actually not. They're at the GeoBrug, who's the company that made the nets. They're in their storage facility. I don't know where to look at, Sandy. I'm looking at the screen, but I don't know where the camera is. They're at a storage yard in Alamogordo, New Mexico, where they've been since the week that they were taken out. They're labeled by, they're tagged by net name and location. The thing about the nets is they're engineered to a individual location. Right. So you can't say, well, we'll just use them next time if the debris flow happens in another place. They're built for the size of the expected load, the volume, and the environment, the bank environment where they were installed. They can't be used someplace else. They don't really have any value other than the place where they were located.
Okay, so they can't be repurposed in an engineering format, metrics, etc., for customization, anything like that. They're just basically in storage in perpetuity.
In perpetuity, or until we say you can recycle them, because it's to get them put back in, you need an engineer to sign off on it. To get them put in someplace else, you would never get anybody to sign off on it, because they're not engineered for a different location.
Okay, so when would that decision be made to, quote, recycle?
Well, once we take out the anchor bolts, there's really no place for those nets to go.
Okay, all right. And for the anchor bolts, how many per how many per?
I was afraid you were going to ask that. There's a minimum of probably 12 per net. So 6 nets, yeah, it's,
Right.
and so it's 2 days' work to take them out.
Okay.
But
Okay.
it's nothing like we've had before involving helicopters and crews and all that. It will probably be 2 to 4 people working over a couple of days. They go in,
Okay.
they use a
Okay.
saw and take them out.
Okay. So they are cut level to where they
Yeah,
are.
they're
There
cut
is no.
into so to
Right.
the bank. So
Right. Okay. And the private homeowners, you said that was extended, and this is just all sort of metrics that I heard. That period of time extends later. It was an agreement to 2029, did you say? Or
yeah, let me clarify that for you. I probably skipped over it pretty quickly. If we were going to apply to have possibly extend our permits, we had to get the agreement of the private landowners. Okay, so
right.
last summer, not this last summer, summer of 2023, I reached out to all 3 landowners. We got their permission to apply for the permit. We had previously insured them for 10 years. So the insurance, they're going to be covered till 2029 for anything that happens on their property involving this project. But we had to get their permission to apply for a permit to extend, and so we did do that. But so once we didn't get the permit, that wasn't an issue for them anymore. The only involvement we'll have with them following the removal of the anchorables will be that we've insured them for, I believe it's $38 million, and the county is also insured and named in that policy as well.
Okay, Pat, thank you for the clarification. And again,
Sure.
thank you for your group's dedication and the private and public partnership. The community has benefited, and again, it is greatly appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Stahl.
Okay. The permit that was denied at the county,
It wasn't denied.
it just wasn't extended.
We didn't complete the process.
I know, that's why I'm trying to figure this out.
Once we removed the net, there was no permit for us to get.
Okay, well, you said you're still working on some,
We're just finishing up the paying for the project and all that. So yeah, there's still stuff to do. We'll undergo an audit, I'm sure, by FEMA. But now our conversations are more moving with FEMA, Cal OES in terms of the funding side, and then also the CDFW.
I'm sorry to ask so many questions, but it's so sort of muddled. The permit at the county, how is that different than the other permits?
Oh,
Would you like some help?
yeah, I would like some help. Thank you.
So there are, Commissioner Stahl, when you're doing work within a creek, you have to get a permit from CDFW and potentially other agencies, right? Because it's a stream bed alteration agreement. So they have a separate permit from CDFW. They also had a permit from the county. The county's permit expired. The plan always was that it would be a 5-year permit. I think CDFW was very clear. They weren't even, I wasn't here at the time, but it's my recollection, based on information that I've seen since then, they were uncomfortable with putting them in the first place. They agreed to do it, but they wanted the nets removed. And I don't even know if it was likely whether or not CDFW would have gone along with anything if the county and Mr. McElroy's group had pursued it. That was a big question mark, and I
Yeah,
think.
this was, as you're understanding, this was not a simple process.
Right.
Yeah.
Because we also had Army Corps of Engineers, National Marine Fisheries involved, NOAA. I mean, there was a huge umbrella of agencies to go through. And the reasons that there's a discrepancy between the county permit and the CDFW permit in terms of calendar is because the CDFW permit, we got an emergency 1-year permit from then, and then we got a 5-year permit after that. So that's why the CDFW permit is still in place, because it didn't align calendar-wise with the county permit. You have to remember what things were like in 2018 in the recovery process for this, because not only was that going on this year for stuff with the state of California, but they had the Woolsey fire and the Camp Fire and these major disasters all over the place. And I can tell you, like when we were trying to buy insurance for this project, the Camp Fire just happened, the Woolsey fire was burning, and the amount of coverage we were able to obtain would swing by $10 or $20 million in the course of an afternoon.
Commissioner Stahl, do you have? Okay.
I want to just echo my other commissioners' sentiments to thank you.
Sure, of course.
Okay, I think that we would be well advised at this point to accept receipt of the annual report, to thank Mr. McElroy and staff for both of their time here today, and move on to item 14.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, the staff recommendation is to receive and file the 2023 Montecito debris nets monitoring and maintenance report. I think staff would look for a motion on that.
Okay. Well, before that, does anyone have further need of Director Plowman? I mean, we always appreciate your presence here, to be very clear, but I
got to go see a doctor. Anyway.
okay, yeah, thank you very much. But Commissioner Stahl specifically, you had asked for Director Plowman
No, I
to.
just wanted to make
Oh,
sure
okay,
we had the
okay.
county.
Thank you. With that, I would entertain a motion to do what Mr. Villalobos just told us to do.
I move that we accept your motion.
I second.
Okay, roll call vote.
Commissioner Police.
Yes.
Commissioner Stahl? Yes. Commissioner Senauer?
Yes.
Chair Miller?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay. On to agenda item 14, number 1. Mr. Villalobos, would you read that into the record for us?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of the Montecito branch of the Channel Islands YMCA to consider case number 12 RVP 8, 23 DVP 13, and to adopt the negative declaration 13 NGD and adopt the mitigation monitoring program.
Excellent. I'm sorry, let me pull up my, let's start reviewing site visits and ex parte communication. Commissioner Stahl, what do you have on that topic?
I've spoken with Michael Lee, who's a direct neighbor to the YMCA, and I've spoken with Duke McPherson, who did the tree report in 2019.
Great. Commissioner Senhauer, do you have any ex parte communication or site visit disclosures?
Yes, I did a site visit with MBAR. I believe it was toward the end of 2021. I believe the story polls at that time were the iteration that is before us now, with perhaps a little adjustment, but basically I believe that was the story. I don't believe there were any story polls placed after that site visit. Thanks.
Commissioner Police, ex parte communication and site visit disclosure.
Well, the disclosure factor was I did drive by and saw the polls when they were up. I then have, like I said earlier, heard their presentation at the MA, and I have not talked to any neighbors, so thank you.
In terms of my ex parte and site visits, I have walked the site and I'm familiar with it. I did not attend the tour in 2021 with the story polls. I have spoken with the superintendent of Montecito Union School District across the street and with the Labarge family as next door neighbors. And those are my ex parte communications on the topic. Mr. Schmuckel, do you have a presentation for us on this topic that you would like to present?
Chair Miller, I do.
Oh, excellent.
Thank you. So today, my name is Chris Schmuckel. I'm the planner for the project, and I'm presenting the YMCA Master Plan, case number 12 RVP 8 and 23 DVP 13. This project is located at 591 Santa Rosa Lane on the corner of San Ysidro Road and Santa Rosa Lane. The project's across the street from the Montecito Union School and Manning Park. So the Montecito YMCA has been operating on site since the mid-1960s, and the YMCA currently operates under a conditional use permit that was approved in 1979. The YMCA offers a wide range of activities and programs for members, including the use of exercise equipment, a swimming pool, an outdoor sports court, and programming, including a preschool program. In 2012, the YMCA submitted for a revised conditional use permit for a new master plan, and since then, the applicant worked with staff to refine the project scope to better meet some of the design standards. So the project that's before the commission today includes new development, upgrades to existing equipment, new additions, and some new programming. The new development includes a renovation and addition to the main building from approximately 7,400 square feet to 10,300 square feet. The demolition of the 3,300 square foot locker room and construction of a new approximately 2,700 square foot locker room. Construction of a new 9,400 square foot multi-purpose building that includes a gym. And the project will also renovate and expand the pool from 5 lanes to 7 lanes and construct a new parking lot off San Ysidro Road to accommodate 42 new spaces. The project will remove 21 trees and will plant 91 new trees, including 35 within the creek corridor as part of a restoration plan. And the project also includes a request for a modification to allow parking within the front and the rear setbacks since they're on a corner lot. The proposed operations that the YMCA is proposing includes new programming, including maintaining the existing events that the YMCA conducts, such as member barbecues, the annual open house, and the 6th grade graduation from the Montecito Union School. These events will be limited to 15 per year. The project also proposes to expand the hours of operation for the facility. So for weekdays, the new hours of operation will be expanded to 5:30 a.m. to 10 o'clock p.m. Saturdays would be expanded to 7 o'clock a.m. to 9 p.m. And Sundays will be expanded from 10 o'clock a.m. to 9 o'clock p.m. Special events will occur during the regular business hours, with the exception of events that occur on Saturdays. Saturday events will be proposed to go to 10 o'clock p.m., though no outdoor activities are allowed past 9 p.m. The project also proposes to limit the total YMCA memberships at 1,950 memberships. And the current membership rate averages around 1,550, and the existing CUP doesn't have a limit on the total membership numbers currently. So moving on to the plans, this slide shows the site plan for the project. The San Ysidro Road is located on the bottom of the slide, and Santa Rosa Lane is located on the left side of this slide. The site's accessed primarily from Santa Rosa into parking lot number 1 on the top left. Oak Creek bisects the property, and access to the main building from parking lot 1 is via an existing footbridge. Access is also proposed to be taken into the new parking lot number 2 on the bottom right of the slide via Santa Rosa Road via a right-in, right-out only turn lane. The main building and the locker room are in the same general area as what exists on site today, and the new multi-purpose building is located north of parking lot 2. So these are the elevations of the main building. Just wanted to show this to give you a general idea of what the project looks like. I'll keep scrolling through these. These are some more elevations of the main building. This is the proposed locker room near the pool. And this is the multi-purpose building. So this structure is, the height of the structure is just below the 35-foot height limit. So it's goes to 33 feet 9 inches. And this was something that the applicant team worked on to reduce throughout the processing of this application. And this shows the other two elevations of the multi-purpose building. So for environmental review, a mitigated negative declaration was prepared for the project with potentially significant but mitigable impacts identified in a number of issue areas. Mitigation measures were identified that reduce all potential impacts to a less than significant level. And these measures include the use of natural building materials, low-intensity exterior lighting, implementation of a habitat restoration plan, and use of an off-site parking agreement for certain special events. The project is also consistent with the Montecito Land Use and Development Code, including setback requirements and the height limit. The project also meets all the parking requirements of the MLUDC for a fitness area and area related to fitness activities. The project includes a request for a modification to allow parking in the front and the rear setbacks, since the project is on a corner lot with multiple front setbacks included on the lot. And so with approval of the modification, the project would meet those standards. The project is also consistent with the ESH riparian protection policies, as the project is not located any closer to the creek than what exists on site today. Staff consulted with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Regional Water Quality Control Board on an ESH buffer reduction request that would reduce the buffer to 20 feet from the top of bank of the creek. With implementation of this buffer reduction, the project is consistent with the ESH standards. So in addition, a habitat restoration plan will be implemented within the Oak Creek corridor that will plant 35 riparian trees, remove invasive plant species, and improve the habitat within the corridor. The project is also consistent with the traffic and circulation policies of the Montecito Community Plan. The traffic, circulation, and parking studies model that intersections will continue to operate at level of service A, and that AM and PM peak hour volumes will decrease due to the preschool activities being discontinued on site. In addition, the design of the project was reviewed and is acceptable to Public Works Transportation staff. So staff recommends that the Montecito Planning Commission make the required findings for approval of the project as specified in Attachment A of the staff report. Approve the project, case number 12 RVP 8 and 23 DVP 13, subject to the conditions specified in Attachment B, and adopt the mitigated negative declaration pursuant to the state guidelines for implementation of CEQA included in Attachment C. And this concludes my presentation, but I'm available for questions.
I'd like to take a pulse of the commission. Would you always like to have the applicant presentation and then questions for both, or would you like to do questions for staff before the applicant presentation?
I think we just combine them.
Combine them? Are you good with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's, so with that, if we could go to the
Yes.
applicant presentation. Yes, thank you.
MCA. I've been there for about 5 months, so I brought some friends with me. We have our architects who've been part of this program for, I think it's on 17 years now, Mark and Kevin from Design Arc, and we have our landscape architect here as well, Susan. They'll all speak. I'll just give you a little background here. You can see little historical photos there. That photo on the right is the old master plan, not the current master plan. Our current facilities, it's wonderful. We have our oak trees, sycamore trees at the creek. We do a lot of fun things there, but it is undersized and outdated. ADA accessibility, parking, the way that we use group fitness in a small room that might be otherwise inappropriate in 2024. And you can see it throughout our facility. We are not seismic compliant currently. We're not energy efficient currently. We don't have proper HVAC as well. It's an old cinder block building, as great as it is. Our indoor multi-purpose space can get congested and causes congestion in our parking lots as well. So the current plan that we're presenting to you today has 2 parking lots, which will deter that one group leaving while one group comes in and overflows into Santa Rosa Road. Here's a breakdown of our membership by zip code. So you can see the majority of our members are from the zip code in which we are in. I know there's concern in the past about people from outside of the area, but we view ourselves as a community center for Montecito. And what we think of when we're putting this plan together is how to be a better community center for the people of Montecito at all ages. And I think, Kevin, did you have a next slide? Oh, here we go. Here's a history of the plan. The YMCA was originally located on East Valley Road in 1955 and then moved down to where we are currently in 1966. There's quite a few steps that happened, but a big noticeable one is in 2006, a land swap with MUS. The intention at the time was to create an intersection there that could be of recreational use for everyone in Montecito. We have the Montecito Union School, Upper and Lower Manning Park, and then us. And then you can start seeing the market research, the first application for submission, getting us to where we are today with this plan. I have your clicker right here.
Which one?
This one will slide forward, yeah. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Mark Kirkhart, the Principal of Design Architects. We've been working on this project for quite some time. I'd like to tell a little story that if this was an arduous process to get here, that would be an understatement. We were awarded this project when my son was about 5 years old and attending the Montecito Union preschool. And he is now 20 and running the IT at my office. So this is one of the oldest projects and longest projects that we've worked on. This is the plan that we started with, that we've submitted originally to the county. It's a significantly larger project. As you can see, it actually included an expansion of the main building here, including a second-story addition over a portion of it. We had new locker rooms. We had a natatorium, indoor swimming pool that we were proposing to be used for seniors, for water aerobics and so forth. We also did expand the swimming pool with 2 additional lanes. We had a separate freestanding preschool for the 3 years. And then in addition to that, we had a much larger multi-purpose room. The team at the Y at that time were really interested in having a gymnasium type multi-purpose that was large enough to have full court basketball courts, the width full course, 2 of them side by side within that, as well as 1 full size in the middle. So it was a much, much larger project. And of course, at this point, we were planning on utilizing the off-site parking agreement that the Y has had with the county to park on Lower Manning Park for overflow parking. That has been in existence since the Y moved to this location. So we had every reason to believe that by doing this project, we would be able to utilize that parking. However, through many, many negotiations and meetings, it was determined that that agreement would have to be something that could run in perpetuity. And of course, the county is not interested in giving any agreement to anyone that's going to run in perpetuity, because we know how long that is. In any case, we were really required to kind of go back to the drawing board and rethink our options. I would mention that at all of these times, through all of these years, we have had multiple meetings with the community, with bringing the neighbors in to show them what our plans were, including this plan. And as we've evolved it, we've had more meetings, met with them, presented to the Montecito Association, to the Land Use Committee. We've been really, the Y is very committed to having this project be a community asset that everyone can support. So this is our current plan. And we've outlined in red the outline of the existing building. the footprint of the existing building. So we're expanding it a little bit here to the south, adding on to the west end here. We've greatly reduced the size of the multipurpose room, and we're now adding a new additional parking lot where that outdoor, by the way, I would mention the outdoor illuminated nighttime available sport court. So that parking lot is going to have a right turn in, right turn out only. So there won't be any left turn movements coming out of that. So we are expanding the pool by two lanes, and we're also basically demolishing and rebuilding the locker room into a much more efficient space with private showers, changing rooms, and so forth. So ultimately, over the course of this 17 years, the project has been reduced by 31%. It's close to 11,000 square feet from our previous initial submittal to where we are today. We now have less parking required, 99 spaces, and we park all those spaces on site. We're not utilizing any agreement to park in Lower Manning. And so we feel that we've had very good response from the Montecito Association presentations, from the neighbors, and I would urge you to approve this project because we feel it's really going to be a wonderful community asset for Montecito. Well deserved. Now I'm going to have my colleague come up and give you a little bit more specifics of the actual construction. And we'll be here to answer questions. We have the landscape architect here as well, Susan Van Atta. We also have the transportation planner, Scott Schell, who did all the traffic studies. By the way, multiple traffic studies over the years because everything changed. Now we have a roundabout at San Ysidro, which has changed that intersection. Montecito Union now has their staff parking on the south parking lot. So the whole parking, everything about the traffic around the area has changed. So I'm sure if you have more specific questions, Scott will be able to answer those. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm Kevin Dumaine. I've been the project architect since 2009 and worked on all these different, Kevin Dumaine, and I'm the project architect since the beginning. And so I'm familiar with all the little details, and I'll try to give you a summary as we move through the project here. So on the site plan, a few other features to point out are, with the creek, where we built new buildings, we had to be, set back the proper distance from top of bank. So that was kind of a defining issue of our design. We also have major septic line that runs through the site. So there's an easement that runs through, and it causes us to break the design up into smaller parts. But that in turn helps us phase the pieces as well. The new parking lot ended up here, with the slope of San Ysidro going down the hill. Really the only realistic place to get in was down at this corner, and so that's our access point. The pool, it's going to be expanded to 2 additional lanes and some greater depth at the south end. The locker room, it's going to be taken out and replaced, something that's going to be more efficient, better security, private showers for the members. And so those are some of the key pieces. With Susan's the landscape plan, we can also talk about, there will be improvements over time or restoration efforts to the creek. And so as the project gets implemented, sort of the strategy is that there will be a series of these improvements in the areas adjacent to where we're doing work architecturally. Okay, now we get to the main building. The bridge, from the parking lot will still be there, and that'll lead you to the entrance. The entrance will now have sort of a little taller piece, will allow more natural light in. To the left, the plan is to keep the existing structure, the height of the ridge, the walls. This is all due because it's fairly close proximity to the creek, so we want to retain that structure and just make, facelift renovations. To the right, we're going to build a new structure. It'll go out longer. It'll take out the interior, those interior walls. It'll be more of an open, flexible space provide more opportunity for the WISE programs. And also, this is a good shot to sort of see that we have this palette of materials that we use in all of the buildings. We want to use, sort of the slump stone, the lumpy concrete blocks that we have in the existing structure. We're going to keep those, but put a plaster over them to give kind of an adobe look. We'll see that element reappear in several of the new pieces of construction. The metal roof is a common theme amongst a couple of the buildings. The dark stained wood is an element that repeats in the other buildings as well. Oh, you can also see the result of sort of the debris flow. Currently the design has got bulkheads because of the temporary flood elevation. We're anticipating that that's going to probably go away here when the new BFE is implemented. Here's our plan for the main building. The different colors correspond to different functions that translate into different parking demands. But to the left, we would have sort of the large multi-purpose space. This would be further away from the neighbors by being over here. And then it frees up space to the east, along with this addition here for like the cardio and the other weight room activities. Quick look at our elevations. This is the north side facing the creek, the main entrance. To the south side, we have this view here. And this long, tall piece here, on the south side of the building, there'll be a terrace where you can kind of stop after your workouts, have a cup of coffee, meet your friends. It's kind of the gathering point at the hub of the complex. These are the views of the ends of the building, along with the sections. I want to point out, in our renovations and expansion of the main building, we're going to be able to add more windows, so there's more of an inside-outside relationship to the setting of the creek, which everybody appreciates so much with the site, but there's more opportunity that we can integrate into our project. Okay, now we're moving on to the pool and the locker room structure. In the foreground, we have the expanded pool, and then to the west, we have a shade structure kind of for parents or people who are hanging out while their child is in a class. You have the connection into the locker rooms. And the plan of our pool structure. The elevations. So once again, we have some of the similar elements. We have the sands, we have the plaster covered slump stone, we have some of the wood elements, but there's a little bit of continuity yet difference between the structures. Oh, we're missing a view. Okay, now we come to the multi-purpose building. And so this is the one closest to San Ysidro, and this is the one we envision would be built first. It's a, in addition to providing gym activities, which will be probably most useful for increasing youth sports, it also creates a flexible space used for other classes throughout the day. And the structure, as the design has evolved over time, it's gotten smaller and smaller, more compact. And so it's almost predominantly just that large open space with these appendages around the sides, for the storage, bathrooms, service spaces. The elevations. And on this building, we're proposing to, having like a dark wood cladding, with the metal roof. The sloped roof helps bring down the sense of height as you're next to this building instead of a taller flat roof structure. And then these porches and appendages also kind of help create a stepped effect, which further reduce the massing. Those of you who saw the story poles would have seen the previous versions of this design. In that, we had light dormers up higher that extended above the 35-foot height limit. So based on the feedback we got, we redesigned the project, so that the light dormers became lower. They're still there to kind of break up the long appearance of the roof, and they provide natural light to the inside, but we've kept them lower so it helps reduce the height. So in the story poles, the former dormers stood up really high. Those were those tallest elements in the middle of the structure. So that's all come down. And also another point I wanted to make was that, based on feedback from the neighbors, the windows of the structure that face to the east or northeast, it would impact the neighbors. Those will all be fixed, whereas we'll get natural ventilation from the San Ysidro side where we have the traffic noises. You can see on the elevation views from the ends how the project sort of tucks into the sloped hillside. San Ysidro is over here, and the rest of the Y is over to this side. So by tucking into that hillside, then behind those mature trees, we're also able to more effectively screen the appearance of this building from San Ysidro. Here we have the sections of the multipurpose space. And these red lines down here, we put those in to sort of document how the structure has been really brought down to what is the minimum Y standards for these sport activity courts. So 22 feet is kind of our critical height point. So the idea is that we're going to build this with like a metal frame structure, and then we would, at the sidelines, hit those 22-foot height limits. Okay, here we have we'll refer to as kind of our X-ray views of these sort of photo simulations. On the top image is we're looking up San Ysidro. We've kind of shown the building in semi-transparent so you can see how it would tuck into the existing landscape. This area here in the foreground, several of the trees disappeared over the course of the drought. So that's kind of our most open edge along San Ysidro. And then in our plan, we're proposing quite a few new native screen trees, which Susan can point out. And then here we're more kind of perpendicular to site, looking from MUS, and we've kind of ghosted in how from that point of view, what you would, where the presence of the multipurpose building would be. And it's well below the height of the trees, and if you've seen the story poles, you see it's kind of similar to the height of the current light standards poles out there on the sports court. In this view, we've turned off the X-ray of the building. We've added in some of these screen trees. And in this view, we've just left a dashed line to give you the profile of that structure behind the screening. So just before we go on to the landscape plan, just going to hit a few of these key points. We've been to the Board of Architectural Review multiple times with the various versions of the design, gotten their feedback. We've made improvements, but overall, it's been a very positively received project. And we've, as we've shrunken it, we've also refined it and improved it. We've also had support from the Montecito Union and the Cold Springs School District. We've had very productive, ongoing process of working with our county planning staff and, adapting to the various feedback we get from whether it's the transportation, the biologists, flood control. It's all been a long process that sort of evolved the design, and we've made the edits and improved it over time. And what it's done over the long term is we've been able to build support with the neighbors. We've heard their issues. We've been able to address them and improve the project. So let me move on to the landscape and have Susan kind of point out some of the additional features for you.
I'm Susan Vanetta. I'm a landscape architect. Also, I've lived in Montecito most of my life and have been in the various important stages of my life, from young motherhood to taking care of my aged parents and bringing them here for exercise. This truly is a family YMCA, and it truly is a community asset. Another thing I've become familiar with over time is what a beautiful natural setting it is. And the landscape plan intends to build upon that natural setting and create a low-maintenance, self-sustaining landscape that also addresses, there's a specific concern, I guess, with this new building being tall, although I'm sure you could tell from the cross-section that from the street it'll appear to be less than a one-story building because it sits down in a hole. But so it'll be easy for us to, you'll see we're showing a lot of additional trees. These symbols represent existing trees, and any new trees have just a black dot at the base. So we've got sort of a triple layer of screening that goes along that slope and the top of the bluff. And so a lot of eucalyptus have been removed over time. So we do have a smaller growing eucalyptus right along the edge, which stay vegetated all the way to the bottom, and then then it takes up with the native trees that go all along this slope, and then it will be added to the creek as part of the habitat restoration. So I think that's all I'll present today, but I'm here for questions.
Does this conclude applicant's presentation? I'm sorry, I just want to make sure we get through the whole presentation, and then we'll go to questions for different members of staff and the application team.
Yes, we just wanted to give you the highlights, and we're here to answer your questions.
I think let's open it. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Van Atta. I think with that, with the conclusion of the applicant's presentation, this is the time to ask questions of both staff and of the applicant. And would you like to go first?
No.
No? Okay, then Commissioner Senauer, would you like to lead us out of the tunnel, so to speak, with questions?
Yeah, and my first query to you, Chair, is would you prefer us to stay on topic with a particular element and then, be it parking, landscaping, or jump all over it? So would there be a continuum of a particular element with all our questions to each commissioner? That is my query to you.
I guess my preference would be for a given commissioner to work through their various topics. I worry that we will, if we try and take a topic that we all question and then come back to another topic, that there will be straying or a certain maverick quality to the whole process that might be hard to, and I would prefer not to try and contain that. So my view is to let each commissioner roam where they wish to roam, but we will work through them individually, and we can, if there seems to be a topic of real consternation, that we will come back to as a group. How about that?
Okay. It's
so with that,
your pleasure. Yes.
With that understanding, you take us where you want to go.
Great. I'll first start with the parking and the modifications. So whoever from staff or the applicant would like to address some of my concerns. The setbacks regarding the parking to the southwest, which is going to impact or could impact the immediate neighbor at, I believe it's 350 San Ysidro. Could you kind of go sort of into some detail about, I believe there's seven spots that are going to be contained there. If you could, 7 parking spaces abutting the property line. Is that correct? If someone could review that for me, thank you.
I can field that.
Thank you.
Do I have control over the pointer?
You have a little lasery thing, but is that?
She can't see the laser.
Yeah.
I think she knows where we're talking about at the very right, lower right.
Correct. Yes.
A little bit. Go to the right. Go
Yeah.
up a little.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a hatch pattern there, and the hatch represents the permeable pavers at the 7 parking spaces she's referring to.
Okay.
So
Does it reference, it just cuts off there. Does it show in any of your illustrations the parcel I'm speaking to of?
Yeah,
the relationship.
Those are set back to be pretty much the minimum required setback off the property line. And then we have screen trees to help maintain, visual separation.
Right. So there's no sim that shows you that the property I'm talking about, the parcel at 350. It just shows you.
Well, there's a long vertical line on the right that represents the property line.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's screening, and there's seven spaces there, which will be additional, correct?
Yes, those are new.
Okay. And then with the parking lot that it's associated with, that's not, if you go toward the north, is that a box parking lot?
To the left?
In the parking lot, yeah. Okay. Is that, what's the turnaround there? Is it a box, like a box canyon where you have to reverse and there's no...
Correct.
Okay. All right. And that can be a difficult issue with sometimes parking. Is there the allowance that gives you, I don't know the dimensions between the parking spots and the open space where you can turn around. If you go all the way to the end, okay, to the north, and there's no parking spaces, is there a turnaround? Do you back out? What do you do?
No, there is no turnaround, but it is laid out per the county parking standards. And so beyond those last parking places, there's a few extra feet, which gives some additional sort of ability to make the multi-point turn to get out. We also have the ADA parking spaces, though. So those often tend to be unused. So the other users of this parking lot would be able to have, after they park, they can back out, and they'll have even additional backup space. So it's also...
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Oh, and another point is this lot, we recognize it's probably not as popular and desirable to most of the users. So the plan is to have all the staff employees park there, which frees up space in the main lot. And then other members will find it, who find it's convenient for them, will use this. So over time, people will find in their daily patterns where they prefer to park.
Referencing staff parking, what is your, I understand that at any one given time, there's 12 to 14 staff members. Is that what I read correct?
We'll have Ryan
staffing
mention that.
Yeah. It'll be less than that. We're lucky that we run some programs across the street at MUS and on our facility as well, and also offsite. Peak staffing might be 10. Opening staff is 2 to 3, closing staff is 2 to 3. And with the overlap of group fitness instructors, lifeguards, swim instructors, it can go up, but those tend to be for a shorter period of time. Those are, like I said, the 1-hour group fitness class sort of thing. And
what is the total of employees you have? I understand your qualifications about how many will be there at any given peak, et cetera, closing, opening, but what is your total employee count?
So much of what we do is seasonal. So when we talk about summer programming with camps, that would be our highest employment time. This last year, we hit about 70 employees during that time. That also included 10 employees off-site at Adelante Charter School here in Santa Barbara. So, and even of the 60, again, programs are also being ran across the street at MUS. We're lucky to have that relationship with them.
Okay. And is there any drop-off? Can, say, for a camp, can the camper be dropped off and received by like there are on many in many areas that offer programs. Is there where you wouldn't have to park regarding that and just a drop-off ability? Is there any of that?
Our current parking lot has no loading zone, loading, unloading zone.
Okay. Okay.
So during drop-off times, we do see a lot of overlap in the one small parking lot.
Right.
I think this plan would mitigate that quite a bit. We could designate different areas for drop-off, perhaps even
Okay.
designate, in working with the county, if we can have the county be a place at Lower Manning Park for drop-off at a program there, that could maybe start the day there, or similarly at MUS.
Okay, that probably would be helpful if it sounds like you've considered it and can kind of work to enable that to happen. That would be very helpful. Regarding the across the street county services contract that you have for parking, is it utilize 103 existing spaces, 8 to sunset, is that correct? But it's a 6-month cancellation clause, is that correct? Or is it 3-year? I'm confused.
I'm sorry, are you referring to the Lower Manning parking lot?
Correct, yes.
You know, I don't know the exact terms of that. Sorry to say, I don't have
Okay.
every detail.
Okay.
But I believe
right.
it's 72 parking spaces down there. That's current.
Okay,
Oh,
I think,
it
I
sounds
have
like
100,
Chris-
yeah, I have 103. I could be mistaken.
Commissioner Senauer, it looks like county staff might have a comment on this. So you're not
Okay.
able to kind of read the room the way we are. So I'm just so you know that I think
Well,
Mr. Schmuckel.
anybody can, staff can jump in anytime.
Commissioner
Okay,
Senauer, through the chair, this
yes.
is Chris Schmuckel, I'm the planner. Yeah,
Yes.
the staff report mentioned that it was 103 spaces are reserved in Lower Manning Park.
Okay,
Not to say that the YMCA uses all those spaces every day. And they have a contract that cycles, I don't remember if it's every 6 months or every year, but it is a period of time that needs to get renewed quite often in order
Okay.
for them to keep using those
Okay.
spaces with county parks.
okay. And then Montecito Union, and anybody can jump in, applicant or staff. It's 47 spaces when MU is not in session, is that correct?
Commissioner Senauer, through the chair, I need to pull up the staff report to get the total number of spaces.
Chris, I have it. Hold on one
Okay.
second. The agreement with Montecito Union School allows YMC members and staff to utilize 47 spaces in
Okay.
2 school parking lots during weekday evening hours and on weekends when school is not in session.
Okay, when school's not in session. Okay, okay.
Commissioner
Go
Senauer,
ahead.
one other thing I
Yes.
wanted to mention too is that these parking agreements are for additional spaces that the YMCA can use, and that's in
Okay.
addition to the spaces they have on
Yes.
site, which meets the development plan, the Montecito Land Use and Development Code standards.
Okay. I have a question about lighting and parking and sidewalks. Can we kind of segue into that? I thought there was a reference originally that there was going to be street lighting on the San Ysidro portion from Santa Rosa to the south to when the property ends to the south. Is that not considered anymore? Has that been removed? The street lighting?
Correct. Can you go back to the site plan?
Commissioner Senauer, they're going to bring up the site plan so they can show you.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the rationale for that, please,
Okay.
removing.
So over the past few years, we've been working with the transportation department because when they review the project, they have to look at it from their kind of countywide standards. And so per countywide standards, the directive was that, we should have a sidewalk, we should have lights. And so through this negotiation process and review, what we've ended up with was we will not be putting in a sidewalk on San Ysidro, but we will be providing the space, we will be removing the trees. Essentially, it's going to be cleared out and ready, so in case in the future there were other sidewalks and there was a need for putting in the sidewalk, it could go in relatively fast and efficiently. But there will not be sidewalk there with lights. On Santa Rosa, no lighting. On Santa Rosa, though, we are going to be making some sidewalk improvements. Those will be like, similar to what has been done on San Ysidro with the DG path, but in the sort of sections along there where currently there's just, an asphalt shoulder, now we're going to have this DG path to kind of provide better, more secure access along there.
I'm sorry, this is Commissioner Senhauer's questions, but I'm not tracking where you're showing us this path on Santa Rosa.
Okay, let me see if I can get the where's my mouse? Chris, do you have the control over the mouse? She's remote though. Yeah, go to the left. Let's see, can I get there now? On the left side of the site, that's Santa Rosa, and there's a couple, like just right there, that's a stretch of new sidewalk that's being proposed.
DG or sidewalk concrete?
Concrete curb of DG sidewalk.
Okay, and that has to do with incorporating this DG path that Bucket Brigade is proposing for the community?
I don't know if that is in their Bucket Brigade's plan, but it's consistent with the county transportation standards.
Okay.
Commissioner Senauer, through the chair. So our Public Works staff conditions development plans often for frontage improvements, and that includes a sidewalk. And so the applicant team worked with the Public Works staff and got a design exception approved for some of these non-standard improvements that they're doing, such as not, doing the standard street lighting and frontage improvements along San Ysidro. But they are installing a DG sidewalk on Santa Rosa. That is correct.
Okay, so back to the lighting on San Ysidro, that was eliminated, because why? Again, I'm sorry.
Well, when we were able to eliminate the condition for providing the sidewalk, there was no need to provide the lighting.
So, okay, so not even low lighting for pathway visualization. Is any lighting going, if folks are walking in the evening, at night, there's no footpath lighting at all?
We are not encouraging footpath traffic on that side. That was part of the WISE contention, is they didn't want to encourage it. You've got a drop off there, and it leads down to adjacent properties where there's even less space to walk. And
so no sidewalk there.
Correct.
But in the future, a sidewalk could go there.
That's the agreement we made.
Right. Okay. So if a sidewalk did go there, there would be no lighting, footpath lighting, or any other lighting.
Chair, Commissioner Senauer, that is correct. This project does not propose any lighting along San Ysidro Road because they're not proposing a sidewalk there. In the future, if county public works staff were to try and put in a sidewalk because there was a need for it to connect to other properties farther south, they would have the ability to then, make other improvements that they chose within their right-of-way. The property immediately to the south is a residential lot, and it isn't likely that lot will be developed and allow Public Works to require the same frontage improvements they're requiring for the Montecito project here. So it's unlikely that path would get continued farther south in that location. There also is a really great sidewalk on the other side of San Ysidro that the Bucket Brigade did install, I believe.
I think that was installed way before Bucket Brigade.
Oh,
in any case, in the parking lot, the parking lot that is off of San Ysidro, the right in, right out, could someone sort of address that? And there was a reference to how folks would manage getting to 101, and it was something like they would turn right, then they'd go down to Santa Rosa, and would they turn around the parking lot? What's going on with that, please?
Yes, it is right in, right out, and then whoever the motorist is could choose however they want to turn around and to go where they're going. Some will go down Santa Rosa and do a loop through the lot. Others might go to Manning. Others may go up to the Upper Village.
Okay. All right. It was the reference to the parking lot in and out off of Santa Rosa that I thought would be a little more complicated to encourage people to do that when parking lots are often congested. In any case, to have that as a possibility, I guess I would not sort of advance.
We can have Scott Schill address your comments too.
Well, that would go into VMTs, and I don't want to take all my time to go into all my issues and concerns. There's traffic circulation, et cetera, and I don't want to be on here for an hour and leave commissioners wanting to participate. So I will leave VMT circulation. Right now, I'd like to talk about landscaping and the bio report from 5 years ago, Mr. McPherson's. My question is, since that report, has there been any additional revisiting, or it seems like everything's predicated on the 2019, which was probably actually done in 2018. Has there been a revisit to the recommendations at that time?
Commissioner Senauer, through the chair, the bio report that Larry Hunt did in 2019 served as the basis of our biological analysis, and that was that kind of started the CEQA process at that time too. The landscape plan and the planting plan has also been revised multiple times since then, but that bio report is the basis of the analysis.
Right, right. My concern is the elimination and removal of particularly the larger trees on the property, trees removed or impacted, eight sycamores, 5 oaks, DBH is 13 to 46 inches. One of those trees, the 46-inch sycamore, I believe, or is it an oak, is quite significant and is a specimen tree. And my concern is that if there needs to be revisiting of those particular trees that are scheduled for elimination, either due to construction or root impact, that a more up-to-date review would be helpful. I have a question about landscaping and
Commissioner
herbicides.
Senauer, I
and-
think we have
yes.
feedback on your comment there.
Great, terrific.
You say there's issues with the sycamore trees, like a beetle issue or something?
Yes, Duke McPherson, we met together a number of times during the site planning phases, and he's very concerned because the sycamores and now some of the oaks have the borer, which will
Yes.
Unfortunately kill the trees. So that would be part of any update. But yes.
Okay, so thank you very much, Susan. So my point is there has been no review since 2019 of these identified trees.
No, we've added trees for the screening when that came up as an issue. And so we're planting a lot of new trees.
Yeah. Commissioner Senauer, nothing's really changed other than their planting of new trees, and so I'm not sure what a new arborist report would do.
Okay.
But-
Okay.
And
Understood.
okay.
Okay. I guess there's many more areas, circulation, traffic. I'm going to defer to another commissioner to take up their questions, and I will add as needed.
We'll
Thank
come
you
back
very
to you,
much for.
Commissioner Senhauer, for another round, if you would.
Yes,
So-
I believe it is timely for me to change of the guard. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Pliche, would you like to go next?
Okay. So I guess this is a kind of an engineering question and a parking question. The elevation of the new parking lot and the elevation of San Isidro Road, it will tell us the differential or the steepness, the change of grade. And I'm curious about that because is that known fact? You know what that is roughly? Is it a 2 to 1, 3 to 1? What is 4 to 1?
Well, the slope between the site and San Ysidro varies depending on how far north or south you are.
I'm talking about the driveway.
So the driveway has been laid out to kind of follow county guidelines for like the slope of a ramp. You know, and
Well,
so-
but it's determined by you're not going to raise San Isidro or lower your parking lot. So there's a plan, existing grade from the new parking lot to the road in that driveway section. What I'm trying to get at is how steep of an exit is it to get up that hill? And if there's traffic on San Isidro, if someone's trying to leave, they got to stay still and a sloped grade, there's a challenge there. I'm just kind of curious.
So the ramp will require fill material in order to make it a gradual enough slope that you can meet the county standards. Then up at the top and at the bottom of the ramp, you have transition zones where it goes from sort of the max slope that you have in the center or the middle portion of the ramp into, you know, as it gradually gets flatter and makes that transition. And then you have those little turns in and the turn out at the top, which also kind of extend that transition, which helps with your visibility.
Well, it doesn't answer my question, though. Can you just tell me the slope of that driveway, what the radius of the road is?
It's been a couple years. It's roughly 15%.
Okay, all right. That sounds pretty accurate, actually. So, did you have discussions about that and the risk that would be for the cars that are in the radius of the turn coming up the parking lot? Does that present an issue for you? Because I guess what I'm getting at is that there's two really difficult times when kids are dropped off and when kids are picked up where that intersection's stressed already. And that's probably the only time. It's pretty easy to work with most of the time. So I'm just curious on, are we going to have a situation where there'll be people trying to leave that parking lot? Are there any restrictions during the school hour drop-off or pickup? Because it's going to be difficult to get up on San Isidro because of the traffic existing. So otherwise, a person, if he's in the parking lot and trying to get up, is going to be sitting on that grade potentially for a while.
Well, the top is flat. We have worked on that very repeatedly with the transportation engineer to make sure that it conformed to their standards. But also, we envision that the primary lot, you know, entered off of Santa Rosa will still be the one used by the majority of Y members. And so
Okay.
that would be more suitable for someone dropping off a kid.
Commissioner Pliche, through the chair, I also want to say that our Public Works transportation staff reviewed this for their acceptability, and this right-in, right-out did require a design exception. So the actual design of this intersection was reviewed by not just our transportation planners, but the county engineer to make sure that they're okay with this proposed design.
All right. So then it begs the question, do we have an issue, or do you believe you're going to have an issue with when pickup or drop-off is happening with people leaving that parking lot, just plain simple, forgetting the slope?
No.
Okay.
And one thing which we probably should have mentioned or elaborated on more carefully was now that there are two multi-purpose spaces, you know, under the current arrangement, if you have a class that runs from 10 to 11 and another that goes 11 to 12, you get all the people in the 11 to 12 class kind of hanging out ready to start their class when the first class is leaving. With having two multi-purpose spaces, we can build in some stagger time and, you know, maybe 15 minutes, or, you know, the Y can sort of fine tune that over time, and that will help alleviate those sort of crushing periods of time when people are coming and going all at once.
Well, moving off to it. Oh, here we go. Hi, Scott.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Scott Shell with Associated Transportation Engineers, and my firm prepared the traffic and parking studies for the project, several of them, as we heard earlier in the staff report. One of the studies we did actually do a level of service or a capacity analysis for the new driveway on San Ysidro Road, and it predicts the delay for the driver getting out during peak hours, and it found that it was going to work acceptably. And I think Mr. Smuckle kind of hit the nail on the head. What I was going to say is the design of that driveway has gone through quite a bit of review and changing through public works staff through the design exception process. So I think they've got it so that it's going to meet their standards in terms of how that grade works and how it intercepts with San Ysidro Road.
Well, I thought I heard by someone saying that there is a spot they can reach to where it's semi-flat before they exit. So there's a place to hold at least one car.
Correct.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
So the, let's see. So the staff will be pretty well pinned into that location and not have to, where's the staff parking now? Do they park in the main parking lot?
I can address that. Right now, everyone except the 2 opening and closing staff members are parking in Lower Manning parking lot.
Yeah. And will that continue well, not in perpetuity, because you can't, that's the reason why.
Yeah, I can't promise what the county will allow us to do on their site. I think it's great for us to be able to have our staff park there and free up the spaces for our membership. So personally, I'm always going to be advocating for that.
So with the new parking lot, when it's built, coupled with the old one, would you think you'll need much from the Lower Manning?
I believe our peak usage at 9 a.m. is really busy, but I do not believe at 9 a.m. I have enough staff to even need to park at Lower Manning. I mean, we could easily get by without it. This adds another, is it 45 spots?
42, I think.
42? Yeah, so it adds quite a bit to what we have currently.
Yeah. And as far as the numbers of members, is that going to increase by virtue of anything we're doing here?
This plan actually has a membership cap in it, which we currently do not have. So even if we had a membership increase, I wouldn't expect it to be an overwhelming number with that cap.
Yeah, so the cap was 1,000 or something?
1950, is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
19.
It's like earlier in the presentation, we showed that, over the years, there's been kind of this average of around 1,550.
Yes, that's what it was. Okay, I'm off. So then the other question, that's satisfactory hearing that. The building itself, at the MA, there was, and I don't want to be harassing the architectural design, nor do I have a personal opinion, but hearing what I heard regarding the fact that you're keeping your sandstone or you're adding to that facial front, but then the new building is going to be strictly metal all the way up from the bottom to the top, right?
No, that's a misunderstanding. There's a palette of materials that we will be using in different ways on each of the 3 structures. The main building, currently you have all those sort of slump stone walls.
Yes.
So the idea is that we'll repeat that sort of theme for most of the main building, but cover it in plaster, have more windows, so you have better inside-outside relationship with the creek. Then as we go to the multi-purpose structure, the economics of it makes sense to do that in a metal frame.
Right.
So that'll have the cladding, in which we're proposing is like the vertical wood siding.
Yes.
And then there's touches on there. There's some sandstone base. There's
Sandstone what?
Sandstone base on portions of it. There's some elements that you see from the other materials palette that also show up on that project. And then when you go to the locker room, once again, we'll have the slump stone covered with plaster, a few smaller wood-sided elements. But so there'll be each structure is unique and different, but there's a continuity of these materials.
Okay. So if you had to, those 2 parking lots could probably handle nearly all your traffic necessary to perform your functions.
That's what the studies have shown us.
Commissioner Palucci, through the chair, the traffic and circulation study also included a parking study, and they did parking counts during peak periods to determine what the value was per membership unit of the YMCA, just as on a per member basis, and then extrapolated that out with the new proposed 1,950 membership units that they're using. And that concluded that the peak parking demand for the site was 98 spaces at 1,950 units, memberships. So the studies are showing that their on-site parking will meet the parking demand, and it also meets our development code standards.
So the parking demand for the present load or 1,900, which one?
For 1,950.
And that's their proposed limit?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Well, if you have that, is that going to be in writing that we have that? In the project. Okay. Yes. Well, that's important. See if there's anything else that the only thing that really bothers me or scares me is that that right turn lane, we have that intersection, which is kind of a fragile intersection with all those kids and people going back and forth, and having the 20% increase, I guess it hasn't changed in a while, the membership, but I wonder what that would do to that intersection if we had that much added traffic. Scott's going to give me an answer. Okay.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Scott Shell again. One of the things we have to remember is that as part of the project, they're eliminating the child care program.
Oh, that's right.
And so that accommodates 36 children. And if you've ever had a kid, you drive in and drop them off at 8 o'clock in the morning, and then you leave. So there's actually going to be a reduction in the peak hour traffic related to
Where
the
they
project.
move to? Is they have a designated new location, or are they just on their own?
I'd have to let the Y answer that difficult question.
Our plan will be to find an off-site location. The preschool program is very important to what we do.
It is.
But it is not within the plan that we're allowed to
We used it 30 years ago, so.
Yeah, I meet people who, they went to the preschool, their kid went to their preschool, and now they're staff members for us.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Well, okay, that's the end of my questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Stahl.
Let's see. I have some questions for Susan. I can find them. In the proposal that we got from the county, it said that you would be installing new eucalyptus trees?
Just right along the edge.
And why would you use eucalyptus trees?
Because there was a concern about instant effect.
About what?
Instant effect. You know, they're fast growing.
Okay, since Montecito does not have any kind of protection for people's views, I think it's really important when we're putting in new trees to consider even 10 years from now, how high these trees could be, because people who used to have views who are not way up in the hills have lost views, considerable views in the past. Is there any way to revise this so that, I mean, Duke told me personally yesterday that he did not, in his report, consider putting in any eucalyptus trees, and he would be adverse to that.
Okay.
So is there a way when you talk about replacing trees that you could consider ones that had either a limited height expectation or some kind of something built in that there could be, well, no, just pruning, you know, I don't know why with all the variety of trees that we have, that we would have to have ones that grow, like Ron's just saying, like why not put in sort of more shrubs or hedges or something that's not going to impact people, you know, up on East Mountain Drive.
I don't think that, well, I did select these as smaller eucalyptus, but the idea about the eucalyptus came about during design review where people were worried that if I originally proposed all native plants, which is kind of my tendency. I'm sort of known for that. And so I would say it was with reluctance that I included eucalyptus, because I do think that Like, for example, over on the one property line with the neighbor to the south, we've got the native cherry tree, which is a great screen tree. So if we don't have to have, as you started out, over a longer period of time, landscape architects also do prefer to look at things over the long run. And so with just a tiny bit of patience, if we were to use native drought-tolerant large shrubs or trees, that would be a better solution. And so maybe...
And those could be put in, as soon as possible. I mean,
Right.
you wouldn't necessarily have to wait until the project was, right, you could give it a couple years to get a head start.
Right. So if you would support the eucalyptus trees becoming regionally native plants, that would be great.
Okay, and you could see to them having an expectation of reasonable height or something that
Right.
could actually even be pruned maybe, like
Yes.
a lot of people just top off their oak trees and they're totally fine.
Yeah, well, and I think there are other plants that we have in our plant palette so far, like the native cherry, that if you just whack the top off of them, it wouldn't distort their form.
So, I mean, if we condition the project on not having eucalyptus trees, you'd be
I think,
fine with that.
yes, I think that would be great.
Okay.
Commissioner Stahl, through the chair, I do want to mention that this is like a conceptual landscape plan, and so the project is going to need to go to the Montecito Board of Architecture review for preliminary and final approval. So if you were to make that requirement, the applicant would revise their plan and work with MBAR to make sure that the plan is, acceptable to their design standards too.
Okay, but I think if you bring up the idea that, we're protecting people's views as we can,
Right.
that should be considered.
Right.
When you present that.
Because up till now, the only concern about views is that people didn't want to see the building, as
Right,
opposed to
but there's other
protecting their longer-term
perspectives.
views. So a balance. I do think that, as a matter of fact, the Montecito Board of Architectural Review has different members now. So as we move forward, we will be. So I don't think there'd be any issue if you felt like a native plant palette was appropriate. And I know that the arborist would appreciate that.
Okay. And then I have a question just for, I guess it's the county and the Y. Because in the past I've become so aware of the lack of areas in the community where meetings can be held. The ones that we've got available to us, like the room off the library where the association meets, and the room at the fire department that we can use for community meetings, they're very limited in space, and most of the other rooms available come at a cost because they're at a hotel or somewhere else where you have to pay for the meetings. Is it possible for us to consider using the new, like effectively the gym or whatever, to be available by request, and maybe have the parking be, restricted to Manning Park, something like that, so it doesn't interfere with your memberships? I mean, that would make it a community asset in my mind, so is that possible?
Thank you, Sandy. Currently, we do have some spaces that we use as makeshift meeting rooms, and we would continue to do so. So if a nonprofit board wanted to rent out our facility for a meeting, or I've invited the fire department to come on down to do some fire prevention awareness programs at our facility, that sort of thing would be fine. We are limited to the 15 special events in this plan. Right now, we have no limitation, so that might be a limiting factor for us. One thing that hasn't come up in this meeting that I think is a huge asset that we'll be providing is this multi-purpose room with the basketball courts drawn on it here along San Ysidro, can serve as emergency operation services. So it will have a plug-in for a generator so that we can be an evacuation point should anyone need it. whether it's MUS Elementary School next door, needing to leave their site,
fabulous.
or something up closer to the wildlife urban interface there at the bottom of the hillside.
Well, is it our discretion now to talk about that limit on the number of public events?
Commissioner Stahl, they proposed a project and all of their studies are based on their proposed project. If they have meeting space and it's a small group, we always give people some flexibility, but if you're asking for them to change their project, that means that they may have to go back and do more studies on that.
Well, I'm not saying to change the project.
What is
I
your
mean,
exact request? Because I'm not sure it's clear.
just that it's possible to have that space used for a community meeting without it being considered part of the number of events. I can't remember if it's a 15 or 25, something.
Right. Are you talking about like a one-off? Are you talking about regular community meetings? I mean,
You know, like sometimes the Montecito Association wants to have a meeting.
I understand.
And
so,
there's more than the people that can fit in that room. So I'm just, do we have the ability to make that more flexible as a potential
we
space
would
to
need
use
to
for the
know
community?
how often that was, how many people are in attendance, you know, we have to look at those numbers, like.
So Chair and Commissioners, that's not part of the project. So if the applicant wanted to voluntarily talk about that, but I think what's before you is the project they're presenting. So I think we're starting to get outside of the scope of what's being presented as far as.
Well, no, I mean, they're presenting us a project with a limited number of public events, and I'm just asking whether we're restrained to that number.
Like I said, Commissioner Stahl, if you're going to request that they add more events, you should probably tell them how many you would want and how many people would be in attendance, and then we would have to decide whether that would need more analysis or not.
I mean, we're up
I'm
here.
not understanding why
We are
that's a
trying
problem.
to represent the community, okay? And the community has a lack of places to gather for larger than the spaces that are currently used on a regular basis. So I can't tell you a specific number. I'm just saying they're building a facility that has the potential to be used in that way, and they are a very valued member of the community, and I'm just asking if there's a reason that we have to limit it to this number, if we could make it more open-ended.
Hi, Sandy. I don't think that we have a firm definition on what a special event is. I don't see a reason why that would be a limiting factor for, like I mentioned earlier, we consider ourselves a community center. We're
Right.
open to membership use, but of course, a non-member can take a swim lesson and come to summer camp. We do want to be open to, maybe Bucket Brigade wants to host a meeting at our facility, or the fire department wants to hold an event there. That is what we want to do. That is the intention of this design.
Right, but that's why I want to, in approving this, not limit you to a certain number if we don't have to, or give it a different category.
Commissioner Stahl, again, that is not in their project description right now, okay? If they want to explore doing that, you have to choose if you want to explore doing that now, or do you want to do it after there's an action taken on what you've proposed. You're not allowed to have extra meetings that you haven't asked for at this point in time. It is something that we can look into, but that is not on the table, and that's not been part of your traffic study, your attendance, or anything like that. So
Could we leave it so that in the future, they could come back to us and ask for a modification that
yes, they
would
can come
cover
back with
something
an
like that?
SCD. Yep. There's paths for them to do that. Yes.
Without it incurring all this,
Well, it
traffic
depends
studies.
on what they're asking for, right? It just depends on the scope. So if they work with you guys in the community and they come back and say, we want to do an extra 30 events with this many people, we'd have to decide what kind of permit.
Where is
would be.
that in their application? Can you just tell me what page it's on? Because I just wanted to,
Commissioner Stahl.
Oh,
it's
here
on
it is. I've got
page
it.
9 of the staff report. The special events, the YMCA, the project description includes special events, but those events are not open to the general public with the exception of the annual open house. So that is one of the requirements that they have in their special event conditions. So if there were to ask for special events that were open to the general public, that's not the annual open house, we would need to adjust the project description and look into it further.
Okay. But Chair and Commissioner Stahl, as Mr. Seward said, they do have different avenues by which they can revise their project in the future. So if they get this permit, begin operating, and find that there's a desire and a need themselves or in the community for additional events, they can apply to us with updated studies, and we can analyze that and give them approvals for increases should they request.
Okay, and I mean, just not to be extremely picky, but is there a definition for events versus meetings?
Commissioner Stahl, I think a special event is something that's not part of their regular programming. So the way we wrote this special event into their project description is that it's separate from their regular programming. So if they have, classes that they conduct on a weekly, monthly basis, that's part of their regular programming that's incorporated into the project. The special events are like the barbecues that they do during the summer, the open houses, the 6th grade graduation, those kind of larger scale events.
Significant life events. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I'd like to clarify something. When you're doing your staff counts, you assign a certain number of staff to the Montecito Union campus during parts of the day. Is the implication there that they are not parking at the YMCA when they're on site at Montecito Union?
Currently, they're parking in Lower Manning parking lot.
Okay. This is a question perhaps directed for staff. If we could put the screens back on, and this may require Google Maps, but could you wayfind for me a pedestrian going from Lower Manning Park parking lot to the YMCA?
We might need to pull up the Google Maps, but yeah, that's in my PowerPoint presentation. That's a good idea.
Google Maps is fine. I'm not.
What he's going to show you, I think, might be better.
Should be the second slide. So this is the aerial view of the site, and Lower Manning Park is directly north of the YMCA project.
It was more closer to us. You had, is there another one? I guess not.
If we could perhaps go to the Google Maps version of this, is that a?
So Chair, Commissioners, we can. I just need a few minutes to navigate to that.
Okay.
So if you want to take a pause or just everybody breathlessly.
We can start with could you pull that up in the background? We'll use this map, and then when you've pulled that up, no, it does. We're not that kind of tech. Okay.
That hurts, but yes, we.
I apologize, Mr. Wilson. You are proficient and talented in both technical and interpersonal matters, so I didn't mean to mischaracterize your abilities. Where I'm trying to go with this is that you guys mentioned that there's not going to be a crosswalk on Santa Rosa Lane. And my own understanding of wayfinding from the parking lot to, we are including parking that is part of Lower Manning Park being used as part of the YMCA. How do people go from Lower Manning Park's parking lot to the YMCA?
Well, keep in mind when we talk about Manning Park, we're talking about bonus parking. There's this arrangement that's gone on for decades between the Y, MUS, and the county parks. They have this sort of shared reciprocity on parking. So when MUS has a special weekend event, they can park at the Y. When the Y has a special event, some people can park across the street at MUS. And likewise, we have the connection there with Manning Park. Under our revised design that we've come in today, the project has shrunk we meet the parking demand with the parking provided on site.
But that there, for special events and any number, you continue to have, as
Yeah.
we've heard, staff is currently parking at Lower Man.
There's this
I understand that you were complying with this, but embedded in this whole project is an expectation that Lower Manning Park's parking plays a role in this. And thank you very, Mr. Wilson, see, I never doubted. It sounded like I doubted, but I never doubted. You were going to get this right. If we could zoom in even more to, okay, so here, if we could go through the wayfind a little, slightly less, zooming back out, because I want to see the parking lot part of Lower Manning. So I am that red car in Lower Manning Park, which is towards the top of the screen, a little farther to my right, Mr. Wilson. A different red car. Okay, no, there, that red car. I am that red car. I have parked there, and I am headed to the YMCA.
So Chair Miller, there is a
Go to the light.
there is a path that leads from the park up to the intersection of Santa Rosa and San Ysidro. And then they could cross that crosswalk and then access the Y facility through there.
And what happens when the creek is running?
There's a bridge that goes over the creek.
There is, respectfully, Mr. Schmuckel, there is not. From Lower Manning Park, I was trying to ask open-ended questions, but I have a point to this. When you go from Lower Manning Park up to the hill, there is a low water, there's an Arizona crossing to get to the intersection of San Ysidro and Santa Rosa. And so depending on how strongly the creek is flowing, I'm not saying there can't be ambitious people with waders, but for the most part, people are not going to cross the creek. And so the wayfinding here is going through the driveway to Lower Manning Park. At which point you are at a spot on Santa Rosa Road where there is no sidewalk on either side, and there is no crosswalk. And so I am expressing my concern as pedestrian wayfinding from Lower Manning Park to the YMCA about, there is a bridge on the YMCA side, but I am curious as to either county parks should be looking at the idea of having a sidewalk in parallel to the driveway here, and whether or not there should be a consideration of a sidewalk on Santa Rosa Road to safely get over to the YMCA. Where this, I think, is relevant to this project is that if you take the driveway from Santa Rosa Road, and go straight across, that is not where you all are anticipating putting a sidewalk, because it is separated by the bridge. Your only sidewalk is further down in the island here. Is that correct?
Chair Miller.
So we can go back to the map now. But this is my. But you know, as long, actually, Mr. Wilson, before we eliminate that, if we could scroll down on the map, because if we could put a pin in that topic, because I'd like to come down to my next one. Go a little further south, even that, Mr. Wilson. If you could, let's imagine where that driveway is. That's the new driveway that's coming up here. I think it's below those basketball courts coming out there. Am I correct that directly across the street is the driveway for the MUS Teachers Park? There's that driveway, but then further down, we see a larger parking lot and a more narrow driveway. It is my understanding that that driveway has not been improved since it was a residential property, and that it is also not subject to county planning because it's Department of Education. Is that driveway improvements and projects done at Montecito Union don't go through a county planning process or development process?
Chair Miller, I don't know that off the top of my head. I know that the Montecito Union School is not part of this project, but maybe the other planners know.
They do not go through us.
They do not. Yeah, no, thank you, Mr. Seward. So I would like to ask a question about the traffic study. Does the traffic study, as done, anticipate what assumptions does it make about that? We've got 3 high-density, high-volume driveways here in very close proximity to each other. Could we get I'm sorry, sir, Mr. Scott, could we have your take on how these? how the interaction on these three driveways from a traffic study point of view.
Am I hot? Yes. Okay. So our traffic study first looked at a full access driveway for the Montecito YMCA's new parking lot in alignment with Montecito Union's. And Montecito Union had a master plan at that time. I don't know if you guys remember seeing that. Public Works said, we are not going to allow left turns at the Montecito YMCA driveway. So that was the genesis of the current design. So that's kind of how we got to some of your concerns, Mr. Chair, that we have all this confluence of activity and we're adding a new driveway. How are we going to manage that? And so the right turn right in and out was the solution to that from the Public Works standpoint. We did do traffic counts, like I said, in levels of service for the new Montecito YMCA driveway. We also did traffic counts up at the intersection at Santa Rosa Lane and San Ysidro Road several times to evaluate operations and levels of service.
So my question is that I assume that there are that there needs to be kind of appropriate spacing driveway-wise for higher density driveways like this, that if we have a new driveway where as I look at this, it's a little bit north of where the blue cursor is right now. Is that fair? The new driveway?
Yeah, Chair Marshall, if I could weigh in for
Yeah.
a second. I have Will Robertson on call, ready to answer these types of questions. You are correct. Our roads department looks at those very specific engineering standards for counts and driveways and how far they are apart. He's willing to weigh in and talk to you about his review.
That would be lovely, Mr.
Okay,
Seward.
great.
I appreciate that.
So he's online. Will, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Yes. So, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, the question was asked, have we looked at the driveways? And we have looked at the driveways for this project extensively. I want to touch on something that was asked earlier about was there enough space for a car to actually be at this driveway and not be kind of on the ramp? That was looked at. This driveway does meet our standards. There's plenty of room for a car to sit there. That wasn't the question, but I did want to touch on that. So as far as the master plan for the school to the south of that, well, the southwest, it looks like there of the blue cursor, they had a tentative plan that was approved by Public Works years ago. And that was kind of the genesis of the discussion of the driveway for the YMCA. And kind of the Cliff Note version of the conversation is the new driveway didn't meet driveway standards for multiple reasons. A, location, B, distance from the school's driveway, and also distance from the existing school driveway that you see up there on the north of the blue cursor on the other side of the road. Additionally, we were concerned about left turn conflicts for the school flow that in this tentatively approved plan that they have not built yet. So bottom line is the only thing we could offer the YMCA was a right in, right out access to this parcel. When originally we came into the firm stance that access should only be taken off of Santa Rosa because our design standards specify that access should only be taken from the lower driveway. So the driveway design and location have been vetted internally very well, and it was a compromise between our standards and review by management.
If you could elaborate a little bit more on a notion of compromise between your standards and management. That is what does that entail?
Well, so anytime you do not meet the engineering standards as written and adopted by the Board of Supervisors, an applicant is required to submit a written design exception to the department, and they need to outline their reasonings for wanting to deviate from the standard. Those reasonings are taken to what we call the roads committee. It's basically transportation management from different departments. They review the merits of the case that is being presented before them, and they will make a decision on whether or not they are comfortable supporting a deviation from standards. Once that design exception has a tentative approval by the roads committee, it is moved forward to the director of public works for his signature and approval. So that was the case for this project. There was a lot of back and forth. We did not agree numerous times, and there were discussions on what the project could do in order to make the management team agree to the driveway location. So
when coming to the compromise, was the modeling around the Montecito Union driveway in existing state or in the proposed, in the approved master plan state, or both?
Truthfully, it was both.
Okay. Yeah. Is the compromise a greater compromise in one scenario rather versus the other?
I'm not
so,
quite sure.
We're speaking of compromises off of county standard. There's a compromise off of county standard for what is currently existing with what I will refer to as both Montecito Union driveways. There is additionally, you're characterizing it as a compromise that would be in place at some future master plan implementation by Montecito Union with both existing driveways. What is the difference in the level of compromise in the current state and then the compromise at the future state?
So, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, compromise is probably not the best word. So when I say that, I think I want to retract, and it's just a deviation from standards, and there's a negotiation between the department and the applicant on what we will not view as a health and safety issue while still allowing them to work through a process of what they're desiring. So in this case, when you're asking the level of the compromise, I can't really address that. What I can tell you is that what they have proposed does not meet the standards as written, but it has been vetted to be acceptable and not be a health and safety risk to the community.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, please go ahead.
So this is Ron Police. I'm curious, in this lower parking lot that's where the solar panels are at, that egress, ingress, whatever, for that little driveway that was from a private home, I know it's kind of beat up, but it's usable, of course. But did you consider the idea of just allowing the exit from the parking lot to go right only and not cross over left and run into that traffic that's now or future will be coming out of the YMCA has to go north? Meaning we can eliminate all conflicts in that area if that lower parking lot on the left could only leave going south. Was that been introduced by anybody, or is that a thought?
Commissioner Police, through the chair, that movement will not be allowed to happen due to the design that was approved by Public Works for the YMCA. There will be candlesticks to prevent at the right in, right out those cars from going left over the center line. So just by default, that small driveway will not be able to make a left anymore across.
That's okay. That's what I was hoping that you were saying. So is that part of the agreement in this whole master plan and future traffic plan to restrict that driveway from exiting left onto the San Isidro Road, the lower parking lot?
Police, through the chair, there is no agreement for that parcel. That parcel is not subject to this discussion. It's just, well, quite honestly, that based on the master plan, tentative master plan approval for that parcel, same rules applied. We had to tell them that their driveway did not meet county standards. They needed to be 75 feet off the property line. There were a lot of discussions with that applicant as well. Okay. But again, we're solely focusing on the YMCA. Yeah. It may have an effect on that parcel, yes. And,
all right. I mean, if you know this, it's obvious, so I won't press it any harder. It sounds like it's a decision that could be modified even later. Thanks.
I will express my thought on this, and this comes from a place of both affection and appreciation for both the Montecito Union and the YMCA as institutions, but the exceptions to county standards I can appreciate as an abstract concept, but in both of these situations, we have a higher than average population of children involved in the intersections here. And so the more likely occurrence of dangerous situation or kind of lack of good judgment being applied because of youth, I have to admit I find troubling as a matter of approval, specifically around this part. With that, Mr. Wilson, you have indulged me in my Google mapping, and if we could go back to the YMCA side of the project for a Santa Rosa Lane, and if we could show the zooming in on Santa Rosa Lane and the wayfinding for pedestrians coming from Lower Manning Park on that side.
Chair, one thing I did want to mention is that while they are maintaining the agreement with Manning Park for overflow parking, this new design intentionally adds a new parking lot and additional parking that provides adequate parking per all of the studies for their full build out, so that it's not anticipated that the property would be utilizing Manning Park on any sort of regular basis. The project is designed to use the on-site parking lot, so it would be a out of the norm circumstance where that would be occurring.
I do hear you on this. My concern is that there is a little bit of an interplay going on back and forth on this topic of the concern about the use of the new parking lot and the getting in and out, as we were just talking about, and the idea that that would primarily be used for staff and service and not membership, to limit traffic coming on and off of San Ysidro. I understand from a how we count noses kind of point of view, we're counting that parking lot. But that from a safety point of view, there was a desire to use that parking lot less. But there's a teeter-totter function here. If we are using, I will refer to it as the San Ysidro parking lot less, there is an expectation of using the Lower Manning parking lot
there's
more.
the whole other parking lot available that is not the Manning Park parking lot.
And I'm familiar with that parking
okay.
lot, and I am as a father of school-age kids, I have spent a certain amount of my own life in that parking lot, stretching my own patience, waiting for someone else to move, and then looking for alternative parking. So I appreciate what you were saying, but the practicalities on the ground on a Saturday morning when there's basketball tournaments going on is such that there is a trade-off between these two. And so this is where I'd like to, this goes potentially beyond the scope of this project. And I'm not saying it will hold up this project, but I am determined to get this point on the record on pedestrian wayfinding from Lower Manning to the YMCA. And so with that, I'd like to, where I think the rubber meets the road on this is where the sidewalks in this master plan on the YMCA site are going. And so if we could zoom in and have a renewed focus on that part of the presentation. It doesn't, if you will indulge me on the idea that the Manning Park side of Santa Rosa Lane, the only way the pedestrian is supposed to go is up to the intersection at San Ysidro, and that crossing is a low water crossing through the creek, and that there is no sidewalk that goes from the intersection of San Ysidro Road and Santa Rosa. There is no sidewalk that goes down to the driveway of Lower Manning Park. Correct?
There is a sidewalk.
Chair Miller, that is correct. There is no sidewalk along Santa Rosa Lane that goes along Santa Rosa Lane to the driveway of Manning Park.
Oh.
And there's no sidewalk on the driveway of Manning Park.
Correct. There is no sidewalk along Lower Manning Park's driveway.
And so that the sidewalk that goes from on the YMCA side of San Ysidro and Santa Rosa is a pedestrian bridge that is not accessible to kind of cross over. The only way to get onto that bridge is to be
up at the top of the, at the intersection. So if the creek is flowing, for me to cross the street safely in a sidewalk, I have to go out the driveway where there is no sidewalk, up the side of the road where there is no sidewalk, cross at the crosswalk, and then I can get on the bridge on that side, correct?
Chair Miller, that is correct, but I don't think we would encourage anybody to do that because there's no crossing area there. So I think for this project, the parking is on site with the only exception of special events that are only over 70 people. So there's a condition that says they need to have an off-site parking agreement in that situation, but for the remainder, the off-site parking is just extra parking that the YMCA has if they need to do it. And it's not a required condition, so they could stop using those parking lots at any time.
I do understand that, but this is where I am curious as to if I am standing at the corner of the Manning Park parking lot in Santa Rosa Road, that driveway, where is it that I cross to the YMCA? If I have just made the decision to take my life in my hands and not use a crosswalk. I'm looking both ways, yes. If we could zoom in on that, I am curious to see what is on the YMCA side.
So immediately on the other side of the
If it's easier to go
driveway.
to the plans for that rather than the Google Maps, that's fine.
It's pretty good.
Well, while he's doing that, there is a pathway connection on both sides of the bridge from the corner down, and it leads you all the way to the entrance to the Y. And so you don't have to be in a vehicle path as you go from the corner down to the entrance, then along into the Y. And we're going to make further improvements with the parking lot changes. And then further to the east, we're adding new segments of sidewalk pathways, whatever you choose to call them, so that there'll be more continuity of a safe pedestrian passage.
And I understand that the pedestrian passage from the YMCA side of the Santa Rosa, San Ysidro corridor down to the front entrance is a path that exists, but it is not actually open to the street because of the nature of the bridge that's going across Santa Rosa Lane. And my concern is that from Manning Park, you can't get as a pedestrian to the corner of San Ysidro and Santa Rosa when the creek is running.
So what do we do now?
So what I'm wanting to do is zoom in here as to whether or not, here's the design element that I'm really focused on, is it possible to have the sidewalk extend to, on the Santa Rosa Lane side, to being parallel to the Manning Park driveway? Because I believe that whether or not that's a good idea, whether or not people should be crossing that way, that when the creek is running, that is how people are crossing.
Chair Miller, so on the opposite side of the lower Manning Park driveway is the pedestrian bridge that you talked about. So there is no sidewalk that's accessible to people leaving the Manning Park driveway to try to get across the street. There's a guardrail and then a space and then the pedestrian bridge. I think what you're asking is if it's possible to put a sidewalk on that side of the road, on the YMCA side of the road, correct? Adjacent to the
Yes,
bridge?
I understand it can't extend up, that the nature of that bridge is narrow enough that no sidewalk can be put on the motor bridge.
Correct, yeah.
Just to differentiate it from the pedestrian bridge. But I am curious as to whether a sidewalk can be extended as far as the edge of the motor bridge such that someone crossing over on the Manning Park side would have a path on the YMCA side to then get into the facility.
So, Chair Miller,
a fair amount of this has been predicate to get to this specific question.
the vehicle bridge encompasses the whole lower Manning Park driveway. So if somebody were trying to exit across the driveway, they would run into the guardrail. So they would need to go diagonally across the street or walk along the neighborhood side of Santa Rosa Lane.
Yes.
In the right of way, I guess, in order to cross. So, I think that would be a hard thing to potentially implement, just based on the size of the street here and kind of the narrow confines of the bridge.
And so this is my concern about kind of the nature of the project here. And so in your mind, there is no design solution to safely getting people from Lower Manning Park parking lot. Understanding it's voluntary and access and all of those things, but there is no design solution to getting people in times when the creek is running. There's no to get from Lower Manning Park parking lot to the YMCA currently.
Correct. So if there was a situation where the YMCA needed to use their off-site parking agreements to meet certain special event requirements, they also have the ability to use the Montecito Union School parking lots. So if there was a situation where they needed to host a special event, they needed the extra parking, they would have the option of using Montecito Union School as well, instead of Manning Park.
I do track this, but we have a community habit of this, and our goal is to be, once again, with a lot of kids involved in parks, in schools, and in YMCAs. Please understand, this is all coming from perspective of affection for what is going on here, but a desire for an extra safety buffer precisely because of who's involved in the use of this facility.
Chair Miller, thanks. I totally understand that. I think, Will Robertson was on here. He feels like he's answered these questions from an engineering standpoint, specifically about the sidewalk. It doesn't look like that can happen.
And
so to give an answer, that's the answer, right?
And I understand that coming out of this meeting today, we are not going to make any changes with county transportation or with county parks. That the problems that are on that side of the road and the road itself are not solvable. My concern here is that this is our one bite at the apple to solve the receiving side on the YMCA. That in some future moment that was great, we add a pedestrian sidewalk parallel to the Manning Park driveway. If we were able to get people successfully to that point, there would still not be, on the receiving side of the YMCA, a way to get people into the Y. And so
it sounds like more of a public.
That's where I'm focused on.
It sounds like more of a general public pedestrian circulation in the right-of-way issue than, in my opinion, than a YMCA project issue.
It absolutely goes beyond the scope of the YMCA, but to the extent that we are talking about the meets and bounds of the YMCA property, my concern is that there is not a way to get someone off of Santa Rosa Road onto the YMCA, for the YMCA to be receiving them at this point. And if there's a design answer to it, I'm open to it, and but I will continue to be pushy on this topic.
What about another crosswalk?
Commissioner Police, and then
I just got one question. So the county looked at the liability of this issue. I'm sure they did. Even though we have adequate parking, which is great, it probably, with the adequate parking and the realization that in the seasonal times when we have this flow, we can't use that, then either we don't allow parking in that Lower Manning, because someone has to have liability if those kids cross or somebody crosses right there. There's no crosswalk and there's no sidewalk. It's going to be, insurance company is going to go after both the county, the schools, and everybody. So I just think that his point should be well taken, that you're going to have to look at maybe some kind of restrictions if there's flooding and not allow your guests, your people to park over there. I mean, I don't know how you deal with this, but without a master plan that includes a crosswalk at some point away from that intersection and near that driveway.
Sure.
What about another crosswalk?
Well, that's what we're thinking about. They can't do it, though.
I would just say your points are being taken. I mean, I'm chatting with Mr. Robertson right now. He's listening. I mean, this is public infrastructure in the right. That is a very different conversation.
I know.
And I just want to say, I work with the roads section daily on dozens of projects. They take safety incredibly seriously.
Yes,
okay?
I believe that.
So they're hearing you. You've made your point.
And,
Yep.
and if there's an implication that anyone has done anything less than their job or has anything less than the safety of people in mind, I apologize. That is
Yeah,
in
no,
no way what
that's
I wish
fine.
to apply
That's fine.
either to the YMCA,
Yep.
the design team, or county staff. I want to be
thank
very
you.
clear on that point.
Appreciate that.
The question I would like to pose to the YMCA design team is there not necessarily ignoring anything in the public right-of-way or in Manning Park, is there a design change that can happen only on the YMCA property that would allow for better pedestrian entry, assuming other changes happened in the future? So where am I trying to go with this? Is the pedestrian bridge, is there a chance that we could have a spur off the pedestrian bridge that could be opened up to a potential future sidewalk? Let me emphasize, I am not a design expert, so my throwing out design ideas is not a helpful exercise, but well, yeah, and that whether or not we can condition.
Just say you're happy to work with
the
us.
ability
Yep.
to have a design.
Can I just, I think it's important to understand that all three of us have had kids in those Saturday morning programs. And so we're personally aware of where people park and where they cross and all of that. And that's really where I think a lot of these concerns are coming from, that we know what people do regardless of how it's designed. So.
Understood. Thank you. Yep. I think, look, I think the YMCA, I'm not sure if the pedestrian bridge is on the YMCA property or the right-of-way. I'm hearing them say that they're happy to work with us in the future. If there's a road improvement program and anything like that comes in the future, they say they're happy to work with us.
So this is
They're part of the
Mr.
community.
Wilson,
They
your
care.
Technology
they
is,
care.
excuse me. Nicole, thank you. Chris, thank you. County staff, thank you. So what I'm seeing here is that the pedestrian bridge is running opposite the driveway, but that the motor bridge, at least that little corner where the stone is, it seems like it starts a little further down. Is that?
Chair Miller, the bridge starts essentially right here, right along the street, and you're correct. Manning Park, it basically starts, the driveway of Manning Park starts where the bridge is already located. And there's guardrails on both sides, so there's no, pedestrian pathway or sidewalk, along the Manning Park side of Santa Rosa.
Is on where we see the Manning Park picnic area sign there, if I don't know where that is relative to the setback on the property line or whatnot, but that a future, is it that a future sidewalk or entrance there? I guess that's.
Chair Miller,
I'm only focused on the YMCA side of this, not on the, yeah.
Yeah, right now it looks like there's a guardrail and there's the bridge kind of coming down on that side. If there were to be a sidewalk here, I think we'd need to work with Public Works staff to make sure that a sidewalk, or not a sidewalk, a crossing at this location is acceptable after a turn here. And then you'd also have people walking along the driveway from the parking lot, so there might need to be a path that goes all the way into Manning Park here. So it might be a larger project than just having a crossing there, but we would need to see if it even meets county standards and what those requirements
There's a lot of considerations we'd have to look into. And then, Public Works would have to decide how they would do that, or if they have the money to do that. I mean, they have a long list of projects, right?
I get that may be a 10, 20 kind of year thing. I just want to, in 10 or 20 years, we would revisiting it on, if the YMCA side is kind of ready to be structurally the partner on the other side. That's, in my mind, the question today. So, okay.
And it is going to be different because they'll be able to have those Saturday morning games regardless of the weather, which we haven't been able to do for decades. So you're going to have more traffic in the rainy weather.
Exactly, which is,
yeah.
is
so,
a community
so your
benefit.
point about that being flooded is very apt.
Okay, We have other questions from commissioners?
Commissioner Senauer has her hand up as well. Commissioner Senauer has her hand up as
Oh,
well.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Senauer.
Chair.
Okay.
I don't know how much long we're going to go with questions, but I do think we've been at this for a while. So I don't know if we're going to take a lunch break.
What I'd like
we do
to
need to take a 5-minute break for staff's comfort.
Okay, why don't we, Commissioner Senauer, do you have a brief question, or would a 5-minute break and then coming back for more?
I do.
Okay, let's go with a question
and-
with Commissioner Senauer.
And also parenthetically, I have to leave at 2:45.
Okay.
Okay. So my question is it not possible for the YMCA to provide safety flaggers for times of, this is irrespective of Santa Rosa crossings, sidewalks, pedestrian crossings, but can they not, if there's overflow from, and it's not a particular event is not happening, but overflow is anticipated or observed, can there not be flaggers to direct to certain areas away from the fully booked parking lots into the other areas rather than just everybody hit or miss? That to me would be reasonable.
Chair and Commissioner Senauer, I really would like to reiterate that there is not a proposal for regular use of Manning Park for the operations of this. And if it comes to having to condition the project for flaggers, I believe the applicant will remove the agreement for using Manning Park and just rely on the off-site agreement with Montecito Union School. We're talking about a very rare circumstance where this would occur, not normal operations. And so I think we're heading into the point of conditioning things where there isn't really a policy tie-in to what we're discussing. So I just wanted to reiterate that, and that if it truly is a huge concern, then the applicant has expressed that they may consider removing the reciprocal agreement with the Manning Park portion of the property.
Okay, was that in the staff report, Nicole?
Chair and Commissioner Senauer, it's clear in the staff report that the regular operations will be relying on the on-site parking lots. In terms of the reciprocal agreement, I just had a brief discussion with the applicant in terms of whether they would maintain that in their project description or remove it if it continues to be a major concern on the part of the commission.
What is the monitoring, and is there an annual review that would come that is would come before MPC on an annual basis, as with many projects? Is that that's somewhere in the conditions, is it not? An annual report?
Chair and Commissioner Senauer, this project has permit compliance monitoring, which requires reporting to our permit compliance staff for review of conformance with conditions.
But there is no there is no dictate that annually it comes to MPC, just to staff, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, that's a consideration. Thank you. Thank you, Nicole. On for a break?
Yeah, so we're going to take a 5-minute break. Then I'd like to come back after the 5-minute break. I know there would be a temptation to go to lunch now, but I'd like to get through public comment before we go to lunch so that people that,
So Chair and Commissioners, just for managing time, I believe Commissioner Senauer has like a 2:45 hard stop. Just for those that are wanting for public comment, if we can take a 5-minute break now, come back, finish public comment, maybe finish this item while Commissioner Senauer is available.
Okay.
And then take a lunch hour break and then come back for the long-range planning item.
let's shoot for that. That sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. We are Villalobos, should we? Yeah. We are back to the MPC show. Yeah. So we're reconvening, and with this, at this time, I'd like to open it up to public comment. Mr. Villalobos, could we go to?
Sir, can you vacate the podium, please? Thank you.
I'm sorry. Could we go to? How many do we have online at this time?
We have, if you'd like to speak on this item, raise your hand. We have 3 people online. I'm not sure if they want to speak on this item. Go ahead and raise your virtual hand and I'll call on you. Looks like we have, I don't have any hands up for the public.
Okay.
But it looks like our consultant is, wants to speak at some point.
I'm sorry, who wants to speak? Is the applicant consultant?
Margot Byrne, who I don't recall what the relationship is there. Oh, the CEO would like to speak, I guess.
That's not public comment, though.
No.
I'm sorry, this is the CEO of Channel Islands. Okay, we're in public comment section. Okay, why don't we give 3 minutes? We will pause on public comment and let's have 3 minutes from the CEO and then we'll keep going. So this is part of the applicant's presentation, properly understood? I'm sorry, I don't know who this person is particularly. Yeah, Jeff, if you have any guidance, I'd be happy to.
So yeah, this is for public comment, and I understand this is the CEO of the YMCA. So typically we would recommend that members of the applicant team present during the applicant's presentation. So if they want to speak, I would recommend letting them speak, and then we can turn it over to public comment.
To public comment, right. So I'm rewinding the clock, and we're going back to applicant presentation. But we're going to, because we're in a time-constrained environment, we'll do 3 minutes. So.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I will yield most of my 3 minutes. I just did want to say my appreciation for your consideration, and also apologies for not being able to be there in person. I am out of state. But as you've heard, I won't reiterate much of the project plan, but we've been serving the Montecito community for decades. And as a part of the parking and the transportation issues, to let you know that we are committed to ensuring the safety of our members and participants. I've been there many Saturdays, and we do feel comfortable and strong that the on-site parking will meet those needs, and we'll be open to any questions around that. We appreciate our neighbors and them helping us to develop a plan that they feel much better about from where we started, and also deeply appreciate the ability to serve the community during times of crisis like the debris flow, and as Ryan, our executive director there, mentioned, being able to better suit our Y for those needs. So we are happy to be able to serve thousands and thousands of kids and families and active older adults. And if there's any other questions that you might have for me, I would be open to that. But thank you for consideration. And after 15 years of working on this project, we do feel really good about where we are and all that we've gone through to get here. So I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So with that, I'd like to go back to opening up public comment again. And I'd like to call up Anthony Hernandez, and that will be followed by Michelle Martin and Gabriela Garcia. And so we will do 3 minutes speaking time. Thank you, Mr. Hernandez.
Hi, thank you. My name is Anthony Hernandez. I'm on the board of the Montecito YMCA. I'll also be on the MUS board, sworn in December. I live in Montecito. I moved there in 2012. And I'm not really a kind of get involved kind of guy typically, but when I moved there and MUS and the Y and stuff, I never thought that moving to Montecito behind all the gates and the hedges and stuff that I'd find a sense of community. But I did, and that's why I got involved with the Y, and that's why I'm going to be on the board of MUS, because I just care a lot about that area. I've been involved with this project for about 6 years, and I've seen it revised and revised. I want it to look right. I want it to be rural. I want it to fit in with the community. I am really jazzed about this, and I totally understand all the concerns. Some of it seems really hard to fix for this project. I cross those streets all the time. My kids do. But thank you again for considering it. I really hope that it gets a strong approval from everyone in this room. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Ms. Martin. Michelle Martin? Do I have, we may have lost her. She would like, okay, let's, Ms. Garcia?
Thank you so much. I am the board chair of the Montecito Y and also a current parent. So I am there every single day for business and for extracurricular. I am a resident of Montecito and have been on the board for 4 years. So have really been invested in this project from the time I began on the board as well. And we're really excited to hopefully see this through. I totally hear your concerns about the parking and safety, and that is at the forefront of all of our minds constantly, especially because I, as a current parent of a Montecito Y child, think about it often. I have actually never ever parked at the Lower Manning parking lot, and am really excited to see that all of the revisement we have come to the integration of this new parking lot, really eliminating that that issue with Lower Manning. So I think that that really puts me at ease, and I hope that my testimony also helps you and yours. So thank you.
Mr. Villalobos, should we do one more revisiting of folks online?
Sure, happy to do so. So for those following online, if you'd like to speak on this item, go ahead and raise your virtual hand and I'll call on you. And I'm still not seeing any hands.
The one right here. Oh, another. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. I'd like to have Mr. Williams, Mr. Bob Williams, speak.
Is there no one online?
Thank you, members of the commission. Appreciate the opportunity to say a few words with regards to the YMCA. I've lived in Montecito now about 11 years, and I immediately joined the Y because I enjoy the facility and find that it's definitely in need of upgrading. And as we look down the road to the future, this facility is such a service to our community that I find that it needs to be upgraded. It's been a long time since the original came along, and I understand all the concerns with regards to safety. Obviously, we've looked at those all along, and I like to also say that fortunately we have alternative options in order to address those kinds of concerns so that in fact it meets all of the standards, not only of having all the parking on site, but also at the necessity of using an off-site location because of overflow, something there are options for that too, given that we have that opportunity to work with the school. And that's sort of a positive to these concerns that you've expressed with regards to the safety and in regards to the fact that the creek will prevent some people from going from Manning Park directly across the street. Obviously, they'd have to use the other parking lot if the weather does that. So from that standpoint, I'm certainly in favor of having this project approved. I look forward to hopefully getting your approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. So at this point, unless Mr. Villalobos intervenes, I am going to close public comment, and we will now go to the commission questions and deliberations. And so I'm going to, Commissioner Senauer wanted to give you a chance for any questions you might have at this point, and we'll do one more round of questions, and then we'll move on to deliberation.
Thank you, Chair. I just have 2 questions outside of potential deliberation. Can someone address the in staff report, floodgates in the proposed sandstone wall in front of the main building on page 20. Could someone please go into that a bit more, details? Floodgates, what are they, how many, how long is the wall? I think probably it's understood the reasoning, but if someone could address that, please, from the applicant or staff. Thanks.
Okay, I'll take that. You want to put up an elevation? So after the debris flow, or let's say prior to the debris flow, this creek is seasonal, and it doesn't have, it did not have the sort of the same flooding concerns that we have elsewhere in the community, where you have to have flood insurance, and portions of the site would occur in an area that could flood in a 100-year event. This property did not flood during the debris flow, but afterwards, when the sort of the temporary recommendations came out, the modeling showed that there was the potential in one of those situations that there could be flooding. So the design, after about a year of break while those standards were being worked out, we had to come back and we had to make some modifications for these temporary conditions. And what that resulted in was a hypothetical flooding scenario, so that, like for the main building, for instance, you could have a high water mark of roughly 2 feet above the finished floor. So where we have the concrete block walls, those would keep out the water. But where we have these entrances, you would need to be able to come in and put in a floodgate to protect the building from flooding in this situation. Now, there's a new FEMA map coming out in the next year or two, or whenever it gets approved, and the elevations are going to drop back down. And so it's my understanding that we won't have the same concern, and we may be able to lose entirely these floodgates. But what they do serve is where you have a condition where you need to protect it in the event of these major storms. You bring in a gate, you put it in advance of the storm, and it keeps the water out.
Thank you. So would you still, no matter what the details and predicates of the new FEMA study are, would you not keep the floodgates just as a precaution? Or would you, because it could change, right, year to year or every 5-year review, et cetera, would you choose not to have them in place?
We would typically design to the standards, and if the standards are not showing a risk in a particular location, we would not be required to have a gate.
Right, not requirement, but an option. You still wouldn't do it.
Probably not.
Okay. All right, and thank you. My next question is regarding the top of the bank and the buffer area. There was a citation about reducing the number of existing activity areas within the buffer area. What are the existing activity areas, and what is the reduction percentage-wise?
Well, probably the prime example of that is on the east side of the existing facilities. There is a little playground as part of the school over on that little flat surface there by the creek. That, as the plan has evolved and we've responded to feedback we've had, that playground will be gone. Well, as part of child care program will be gone, so we don't need the playground as well. And then the side benefit of that is it's a noise source for the neighbors, so that'll go away and it'll be beneficial to those neighbors on that side. Now,
okay, so right now it's impermeable. With its removal, it will be permeable. Is that correct? Area?
Well, I think it's hard to. We have a couple of conditions. We have some pathways, but we would be able to utilize some of that space for like bioswales, for instance.
Right.
And so it's becoming more passive, and the active uses are going away.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. I think those. Oh, and as far as the hours, if someone could basically address the new hours. Is it 5:30 a.m. instead of 6 to 10 p.m. instead of 7? If someone could correct me or delineate the old hours and the projected approval of hours.
Our current hours are from 6 to 8 p.m., and I believe Chris is pulling up the proposed change. Looks like Nicole's passing me. It's, thank you, 5:30 to 10 p.m. on weekdays. Our Saturdays would be 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., and Sunday would be 10 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Okay, thank you. All my questions. Thanks.
Mr. Police, do you have any, Commissioner Police, do you have questions?
I have a question, and it's, it's kind of beyond the scope of probably what I would vote on or have any effect on, but I'm just curious, because I'm a construction fellow from the past, and you mentioned the idea of building the stadium first, or the big building first. So I would assume that then that means that you would be building the parking lot as well first, in order to get construction equipment and things in. So my question would be, sometimes when you do things like that, you put the base in and you might put the curb in, you might not pave it, or you might do 2 layers of paving because you don't want to damage the finished product, but you really do need access and permanent surface you can move equipment in and out of to build that thing. So is that assumption something like that? I mean,
Yeah, I think you're on the right track. We're being flexible about the exact nature of the phasing because that could depend on funding. But the anticipation is that we would be creating that parking lot, bringing in the utilities, and then building the multipurpose room is sort of the first major structural change. And then that gives us surge space so that the members can have a place to work out and do classes while they make improvements on the other structure.
and so you wouldn't, the other option was if you were to build that parking lot and not build the stadium first, or the big building, building space, if you had to do the rest of it first, you'd have to close down your operation, some of your things. So you couldn't do the improvements to the old building first because it's less money. Would it be easier to do that first if you had less funds?
We want to keep the facility running for the members.
Okay. Yeah, well, I know that's probably your reasoning, but I was just thinking there is an option if you wanted to do a $10 million project first and tell everybody to take a hike for 3 months, but that's difficult to imagine, I guess. I think I'm going to deliberate with our folks here, and I think I'm finished with your questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Stahl, what questions do you have? No? I'm a little curious about the bioswale in the lower right-hand corner that was on certain versions of the map, but not on this one.
Where is it?
There was a what happened is we had, in our packet, we had different kind of iterations of the master plan, but that there was a bioswale called for in the, near where those 7 parking spots were. I'm open to the idea that what I was looking at was an older version of the design.
Are you talking about, Chair Miller, I think in one of the plans it shows that as like permeable pavers and it doesn't show the spaces where the parking spots are? Is that what you're referencing?
Yeah, perhaps we could go to that slide.
Yeah, we left the civil sheet out of the presentation, but I can point as well.
Do we have access to the civil engineer?
Chair Miller, I just need to pull up the applicant's presentation. Give me 1 second.
But while he's doing that, throughout the site, there are, bioretention and filtration features, on all sides of the building, even portions of the center quad. And so that's all part of the stormwater planning.
Well, is this the...
That's the previous plan from like
Yeah,
10 years
it's
ago.
identifying it as a bioswale. I'm open to, maybe not saying that correctly. I'm curious as to what that is. It's the only place on the map I saw it, and how that properly either drains or doesn't drain to the creek.
Chair Miller, that last sheet that I showed was
Yeah.
the previous project.
Okay, so that was the...
So
yeah.
it's not part of this project. I don't think there's a bioswale in this location in the
So
corner.
I'm curious as to what his... I am a farmer by background, so I view things in kind of a relatively simplistic way. The need for bioswale is usually because water and stuff collects there. Eliminating the bioswale, how have you solved the drainage problem on that part of the lot?
Well, for us, the need is actually a little bit different. We have to filter all the water that hits impervious surfaces on the project, whether it be roofs or parking surfaces or pavement. So some of the water that hits, the multi-purpose room, if it comes off this side of the roof, it's most likely going to be directed to like a long linear strip here, like a depression with rocks and plants that'll do some filtration, and that'll be like whether it's technically a bioswale or just a filtration feature in the landscape, that's what its purpose will be. Elsewhere, portions of the center quad will have that function. Little patches of landscape, like in here, they will have a place in this planning. The point is to not run the water straight into a storm drain or directly to the creek, but it has a means of filtering it before it gets there.
And I guess I'm focused on that particular corner because there's a significant change in grading happening there with the building of the driveway. How were you able to eliminate the bioswale, the need for the bioswale in the
Realize these are conceptual plans and that all this is going to be worked out in greater detail as we go. But on that previous plan that was in this location, now what we're looking at to do is water flows this way. We would utilize this sort of triangle of the landscape as a place to create a depression and have some filtration of the water as it passes through. And then it goes into the depression, it settles. If the water gets high, then goes into another drain, which then passes on to the creek bank where there's cobbles, and then it flows into the creek.
But the expectation is that the site would drain to the creek and not south to the neighbor's property from that side of the driveway.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Chair Miller, I also want to mention that the projects require to meet Tier 4 stormwater requirements, which is the highest level based on the size. And so our project clean water team and our flood control team review the drainage to make sure it's acceptable.
Excellent. Well, that was the end of my questions. Thank you all very much. So let's head into deliberation. Commissioner Senhauer, walk us through kind of what you're thinking so far.
Okay. Thank you. First of all, applicant and staff, thank you very much for your presentations. Very thorough. Where I'd like to advance a couple things is one, I'd like to see if there is consensus with the commission. I suppose again, since we are not able to condition, it's up to the applicant to revise. Is that correct, staff?
Chair or Commissioner Senhauer, through the chair, we can apply conditions that are related to significant environmental impacts and mitigation measures, or conditions related to certain policies, but project description changes would need to come from the applicant.
Okay, so my 2 points are, one, I think an annual monitoring for the next 5 years with receive and file to MPC would be something I would advance for consideration, and also a peer review of the bio report, which was done in 2019, to assure that the trees, especially the DBH of 46 or 42-inch tree, is still consistent and valid, or if there are any additional trees, et cetera, that need to be revisited and considered. I just feel if 2019 was the year this was this study was undertaken, I would like to basically review that in a more contemporary timeline within today's 2024. So those are my two thoughts that I'd like to advance and propose. Thanks.
Chair and Commissioner Senar, could I ask for some clarification on the tree? I'm wondering what information. We have some existing conditions on the project, and so what I'm wanting to do is think about what our existing conditions require in terms of trees and whether that would satisfy what you're looking for in terms of the update or not. What information would you be looking for to glean from
well, the
an
trees removed and impacted.
Okay, so
which in the report was eight total: 2 sycamores, 5 oaks, DBH 13 to 46 inches.
If I may suggest for your consideration, we do have existing conditions of approval that require a specific mitigation ratio for the number of trees that are ultimately removed at the end of the day. So that would be based on the actual number of removed trees rather than the data from that report from 2019. So my point being is that we will be already operating off of up-to-date information for that existing condition of approval.
So does that review these trees or just take it as a predicate from 2019 that these trees will have already been determined to be eliminated or impacted?
It requires it requires that any trees removed, even if it's beyond those from 2019, be replaced at our required mitigation ratios.
Yeah, so I guess I'm not being clear. I'd like a new review of the trees that could be, at this point, removed or eliminated because of either disease or construction impacts. I understand what you're saying, Nicole. Maybe I'm just not being clear where I'd like to go with this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners.
I'm
sorry, Chair Miller. Similarly, I think it'd be very important to tell staff, if you are interested in having them come back report every year, as to what purpose would that reporting entail, what would that cover. Once, if approved, they build a project and they implement their project. So it's just, that is staff time, that's administrative costs. So we just would need to know what you guys are interested in having them report on so they can decide if they want to do that or not.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Travis. It goes in line with other receive and files we've had through the past years. And that format could be used, like the open space at Casa Dorinda. I believe we had a 5-year annual review. We had it with I think we had it with the nets, et cetera. So it's pretty pro forma, I would think. I don't know that we have to go through every single subject matter. Is that what you're requesting?
Yeah, Commissioner Senar, is it it's related to compliance with their conditions? Is that Can we assume that is what you're looking for?
Correct. Thank
Okay.
you. Yes.
Commissioner Stahl, and where is your thinking right now in terms of deliberations?
My only issue would be that how to replace what they're asking for in terms of tree replacement with only native species be used for replacement. And I don't know if this is get too wordy, but an eye to the potential for eventual height.
Commissioner Plice, where are you in terms of deliberations?
I agree with Sandy as well as the landscape architect's thoughts that we really don't, I think you were saying this, we don't need the eucalyptus brought back into the situation. Usually we're removing him from various spots. So that's one concern. The I had one more thought. Let's see. Bring it back up. Yeah, I'm just wondering. I talked to the architects for just a second outside there regarding. They're gone now, or there they are. Regarding the size of the great room or the basketball courts or whatever you call that, the rec room. What do you call that?
Multi-purpose.
Multi-purpose. Is that were you restricted on width and length, and that you could not go any further without introducing more issues than you want to fool with, or what was the reasoning for? Because it is a little tight, and there's no room for a bleacher. It's like a big building and such a nice structure. It's kind of like if we only had 2 more feet on the west end or the east end or something. I just wanted that process, you guys go through it and gave it up and said, we're just going to do it this way.
It's a little bit of a complicated answer. The previous multipurpose building was further south and it occupied the entire existing sports
parking
court.
lot is.
Yeah, and so in order to put in the new parking lot and reduce the total square footage, it's a puzzle. And the relationship.
This is your best shot at it, I guess.
This is the balance of the square footage to parking. And so you need a certain amount to maximize the parking. And then the space that's left is further north. We're really pinched in with we got the easement to the sewer. We got the setbacks off the street. We got the creek. So
Jeez.
Even if you gave us the opportunity, I'm not sure we can get a whole bunch more out of that building.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for that. I think I'm prepared to vote when next.
Okay. I appreciate that we are bound in by the circumstances in which we exist, and that I don't like the idea of a driveway that is a compromise on county safety standards, and I don't like the problems with pedestrian access, but without a doubt, this is an improvement over what is currently here, and so there is a temptation to let the great be the enemy of the good, and I will resist that temptation in this situation. And while I think other commissioners have made good points, I think that moving forward with this project as an improvement in terms of more on-site parking, updated facilities, and a greater respect for the ash in that particular space is all good things. So with that, I would be looking for a motion that potentially has language or caveats or conditions.
I'd like to make a motion to approve to request a 5-year annual review of the conditions to be presented to MPC annually, and a consideration of a peer review of the trees that were cited in the 2019 bio report. So that's my motion.
Okay. I hear, but with that as language, we would be moving for approval. Mr. Schmucker, could you bring up the motions that we would need to be voting on?
So Chair and Commissioners, just to facilitate this, I think Commissioner Sinauer's moving towards recommending staff's actions, recommended actions with adding 2 conditions. One is a 5-year permit compliance monitoring, and I'm not clear on the second portion, which is a peer review. So the commission needs to discuss those revised or added conditions and determine whether or not the commission wants to support that before we make a motion on it. So I think I'd ask Commissioner Sinauer for a little bit more clarification on that peer review.
Okay.
And does that tie in to, the only thing I would add to that, Commissioner Sinauer, is does the peer review tie into a no eucalyptus policy?
It could.
Or alt native. Okay, so I just, are those separate items or joint items? But okay, so with that, if you wouldn't mind continuing.
Oh, continuing.
Discussing what you mean by peer review, what you'd be looking for in the peer review language, and whether that ties in with the
biological report of the trees that were slated for impact and removal in 2019.
Chair and Commissioner Sinauer, if I may, if this might meet your needs,
please.
We're thinking we could put together a draft condition that requires that prior to issuance of the zoning clearances.
So Chair and Commissioners, let's hold that for a second. Thanks, Ms. Liu. The question for Commissioner Sinauer has to do with the peer review and if there is even a bio report that's required to even need a peer review. So the confusion is what is being peer reviewed and is there a trigger for a bio report? So I'd look to Ms. Liu in regards to the peer review concept.
Chair and Commissioner Sinauer, if I'm understanding you correctly, I think that rather than a peer review, what you're looking for is a reassessment of what trees would be impacted.
Yes. Yes.
Under current conditions.
Yes.
Prior to issuance of zoning clearance, and a requirement that should there be more trees that would be removed, that they either be protected to the maximum extent feasible or that they be replaced consistent with our replacement ratio requirements.
And how would we be notified of? Yes, that was well said. Thank you, Nicole. But how would the commission be notified of say a change of status or etc.?
Chair and Commissioner Sinauer, you would not be notified. This would be something that staff would handle as a part of the review process. We could place that requirement prior to preliminary and final BAR so that the landscape plans that are ultimately reviewed show the most accurate and up-to-date tree.
Could we do that?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. If we could insert it there. Thank you. And
so yeah, Chair and Commissioners, I recommend that we do draft up conditions so the Commission can look at them before you vote on them. The other comment is I'm going to push back on the 5-year reporting. As I concur with staff, that there needs to be a nexus of why you're doing a 5-year reporting. 5 years is a long time. They're going to build this project. And we're actually trying to get away from having these annual reports to the commissions. So I would ask Commissioner Sinauer to provide some clarification on why there's a need for 5-year annual reporting to the commission and what you're going to gain out of that. You could do a 1-year reporting that has to do with during construction and just a monitoring of here's how the compliance has been achieved during construction. But after construction, there's no need for ongoing reporting.
Mr. Wilson, may we politely push back? My understanding is that this is a master plan review and that the construction is not, it's not in parallel. If anything, it's in sequence such that this will be a multi-year, this will go on for some period of time. If I'm misunderstanding that, please clarify.
Chair Miller, this is a master plan, so construction will be done in phases. So the applicant will need to get a zoning clearance for each phase of construction.
So Chair, with that, I'm struggling with the nexus of a 5-year reporting. If it is a phased, and there could be different times when they implement construction or that they build it out. These annual reporting just adds cost and burden onto staff and the applicant, and there's not a lot that we gain out of them.
So I certainly don't want to put words in the mouth of Commissioner Senauer, but instead of a 5-year, would a phase or stage approach to annual reporting, or not annual reporting, a phase of reporting be something more palatable so that every time we are at a new round of construction?
So Chair, where I'm at is no reporting. This requires a permit compliance, and staff is required to monitor their compliance with that.
Yep.
Bringing it to the commission to receive and file, we saw how well that went earlier today. So the concern I have is, what are you gaining? What is being gained out of a annual report?
I would have to concur with Ms. Commissioner Senauer. I think it's important that the commission has a compliance report and just know how things are going, because otherwise nobody's looking at this except the staff at the county. And I just think that there's a reason that we're here as a planning commission, and I think it's important that we're able to review and hear about, because otherwise, neighbors say that they complain, and then we're told by whoever that there have been no complaints, and I think it's important what she's recommending.
It's not that we want to do it, but it's just making an outreach to the community. And if we don't have that connection to the community through us, we're just dependent on the staff, and you guys do a great job, but there's suspicion out there by conspiracies that things are being done behind closed doors. And if they have us to bounce it off of, for 10 minutes once a year, I don't think that's that much to ask. I don't know.
The adding that condition is under the discretion of the commission. If you want to add that condition, you may. I'm providing some feedback on our perspective of that condition. And staff is working on drafting conditions that match what Commissioner Senauer is proposing. So I recommend before we take a motion that we look at those
I was wondering if
conditions.
Commissioner Senauer would potentially consider an addition to her motion by me of the design element of along San Ysidro Road included the possibility of a sidewalk being put in place in the future, is my understanding. Is that, could we have a condition with the expectation that there's a design element that would integrate the site to a crosswalk at some point in the future? Because, Mr. Wilson, we are an audio medium, so I'm seeing you shake your head no, and for people who are seeing that, but that for somehow the design focus on the San Ysidro side allowed for future development of a sidewalk, though it was not being put in now.
Chair and Commissioners, I think that's been asked and answered, so that the staff's response to that is no, we've looked at that.
And why, just help me understand the why it's not possible on the Santa Rosa side when it is possible on the San Ysidro side.
I don't think it's been clear what the nexus is for YMCA to have to do that yet, and we don't even know what the Public Works public infrastructure projects would result in, and then you're connecting a private applicant to a Public Works public project. There's too many questions to do this right now.
How is that different, Mr. Seward, than a public project to build a sidewalk on that side of San Isidro.
This is
just
our
educate me on
opinion.
this.
This is our opinion. I don't think there's enough information to tie a condition to this applicant for something in the future that has not been looked at or studied. That is staff's opinion. There needs to be a nexus to do that.
So for my own edification and
It
clarification.
is off-site. It is off-site. It is
I'm not
off-
saying anything off-site. I'm saying integration of on-site of in the same way that the sidewalk is an easement that is on-site to their property, correct? On San Isidro?
Not necessarily. No, it could be in the public right-of-way.
Yeah, Chair Miller, that's in the public right-of-way. So those are frontage improvements in the public right-of-way that they're doing as a requirement from Public Works.
Okay. Then we will let this one go.
So Chair, I recommend that we take another 5-minute break for staff comfort and allow staff to draft up some conditions to look at to make sure that it meets the commission's and Commissioner Cianar's intention.
Okay. 5-minute break.
Is your
I'm excited for a wrap-up, too. Yeah. Okay, we are back in session. Ms. Lou, Mr. Schmuckel, do you have written thoughts to present to us?
Chair Miller, on the screen, you're seeing the updated conditions. We have 2 updated conditions. The first one is condition number 3 related to MBAR, and the text in underline is the new text that we added to the condition. What it says is, prior to submittal of preliminary MBAR review, the applicant shall revise the landscape plan to replace eucalyptus trees with native trees. In addition, prior to submittal for preliminary MBAR review, the applicant shall submit to P&D staff an updated arborist report documenting all trees that would be impacted by the proposed project. The arborist report shall specify, and the applicant shall implement measures to protect trees to the maximum extent feasible. For trees that must be removed, landscape plans shall include replacement of trees consistent with required restoration ratios.
Okay, let's see.
No,
Is there other language being presented in addition to that? Wait, just a second. Commissioner Stahl.
So the second condition is related to the 5-year report. So our condition number 36 is being, text is being added to say P&D compliance staff shall file a report on the project's compliance with the conditions of approval annually for 5 years from final occupancy for the first structure constructed as part of the Montecito YMCA master plan. The report shall be provided to the Montecito Planning Commission's administrative agenda.
Okay, so that is the sum of that, in addition to what was in our packet, is currently the motion on the table. Thank you very much. Commissioner Stahl, it sounds like you have a comment.
Can you go
about
back to the first one, please? Yeah, it's any replacement landscaping shall be native. It shouldn't specify just eucalyptus trees. It's any replacement of landscaping shall be using native materials. And
is that okay with you guys?
Well, but I mean, like the lawn for like playing fields and stuff is not native.
no, but they're not pulling. This
Okay,
is,
okay.
Can you see whether or not that's comparable to?
I just, is it on? Can you hear me? Okay. I think it's incredibly appropriate in this setting that the setting and the habitat restoration all be native, but right now they've got some really nice succulent plantings right close to the building, which is very appropriate from a fire standpoint. So hopefully we can, reinforce native habitats in the setting while not making it not possible to have a very fire-resistant landscape directly adjacent to the building. So that's what I thought. That wording was perfect. But
oh, you do? Okay.
yeah, I really
if you're
like that
okay with
wording.
it, Susan, then-
Yeah, thank you.
All right, then I would.
Okay, well, Commissioner Senhauer, do you have thoughts on this?
I think, am I muted, unmuted?
No, yeah, we can hear you. We hear
Okay.
you loud and
Yeah.
clear.
Yeah, I think language is, the language is good, and I appreciate staff for coming up with the text. Thank you.
Okay, are you good, Commissioner? Please? Okay, with that, I would entertain I guess we have the motion in the second, or do we have a second on this?
I don't think so.
We don't have a motion yet, Chair,
I
sorry.
thought Commissioner Senhauer motioned this.
She was moving towards a motion, and I
Right.
interrupted her.
Okay.
So if Commissioner Senhauer would like to make a motion, staff's putting the motions on the screen, and just
Yes.
the guidance to Commissioner Senhauer is pursuant to the conditions as revised today.
Yes, and my screen has shrunk, and I don't know how to, so I can't read it very well. So I would like to defer someone to read the motion as the recommended action for me. I apologize.
Okay.
So Commissioner Senhauer, you could say move
Yes.
staff's recommendations and with the conditions as revised today, and that's sufficient. If that's your
Okay.
motion.
Yes. Okay, so my motion is to, as, I just, I can't read anything right now. I'm sorry.
Commissioner
So
Scenaro, you could make a motion to just say, you move staff's recommendations
I move staff recommendations.
as revised today.
As revised today. Thank you, Jeff.
I'll second.
So I have a motion and a second. Mr. Villalobos, will you do a roll call vote?
Commissioner Police,
Yes.
Commissioner Stahl,
Yes.
Commissioner Senauer,
Yes.
Chair Miller.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Excellent.
Thank you. Sorry it took so darn long. Dang.
Oh, Brian, this is going to be good. You're going to.
Can't believe you're leaving.
Chair, can we take a 3-minute break to let staff get set up?
3-minute break. Let's reconvene this.
Lunch.
So we're still online?
Yeah.
Great. So with that, if we could look to you, Ms. Venegas Martin, to do a presentation for us.
So Chair, we're going to have Mr. Villalobos read in the record first.
Oh, read it into, that's an excellent idea.
We're food motivated here. The following is a hearing on the request of the County of Santa Barbara Planning and Development Department for the Montecito Planning Commission to consider recommending that the County Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors adopt ordinance package for case numbers 24 ORD 17 and 24 ORD 20, determine that the ordinances are exempt from the provisions of CEQA, adopt ordinance package case number 24 ORD 15, 24 ORD 18, and 24 ORD 25, and as well to determine that the ordinances are exempt from the provisions of CEQA pursuant to sections 15061B3, 15265, 15268, and 15282H of the state guidelines for the implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
So I have my order of the hearing. We do not discuss ex parte or site visit or anything like this. There's no ex parte on long-range planning topics. So with that, let's go to Ms. Venegas Martin's presentation.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Miller and Commissioners. I'm Karina Venegas Martin, and I will be presenting the Senate Bill 9, Telecom and Minor Ordinance Amendments. So the purpose of today's hearing is to review and recommend approval of the board-requested MLUDC and Article 2 ordinance amendments. To summarize, they are to add provisions and development standards in accordance with Senate Bill 9, revise existing development standards and permit procedures for commercial telecommunication facilities, and amendments to bring the county's ADU ordinances into compliance with recent state legislation, as well as a minor amendment to expand allowed uses in the limited commercial zone district in Article 2. First, I'm going to discuss Senate Bill 9, and then I'll discuss the other amendments. So Senate Bill 9, or SB 9, was approved on September 16 of 2021 and codified as Government Code Section 65852.21 and 66411.7. And it became effective on January 1st, 2022. This bill aims to increase housing supply across the state through streamlined measures that expand infill development opportunities by requiring local agencies to ministerially permit urban lot splits or two-unit development on a single-family residential zone if certain criteria are met. If the proposed housing development meets certain requirements, then state law requires that the project be considered ministerially without discretionary review or hearing, including design review. Staff has prepared ordinances for the MIUDC and Article 2 to comply with this legislation. The ordinances contain proposed objective design and development standards that will facilitate new housing development under Senate Bill 9 while ensuring neighborhood compatibility and minimizing impacts to neighboring properties. To be eligible, the project must be located on a legal lot in a qualifying single-family residential zone. State law requires the legal residential parcel to be located within an urbanized area or urban cluster as designated by the U.S. Census. Qualifying single-family zones for the Senate Bill 9 projects include the one-family residential R1E1 zone for the inland Montecito, and within the coastal zone, rural residential RR, single-family residential R1E1, and one-family exclusive residential EX1. The parcels highlighted in yellow are single-family residential zone lots located in Montecito that are within an urbanized area or urban cluster as designated by the U.S. Census. These are the residential parcels that may be eligible for an SB 9 project. As mentioned earlier, state law requires that the housing development meet certain requirements for a proposed project to be considered eligible. The proposed project cannot alter or demolish deed-restricted affordable housing, housing that is rent-controlled, housing on parcels with an Ellis Act eviction in the last 15 years, or housing occupied by a tenant currently or in the last 3 years. Additionally, the parcels must avoid certain locations, such as in a high fire hazard area, a floodway or flood hazard overlay, prime farmland, a historic district, or other locations identified in state law, unless offsetting improvements are incorporated to comply with relevant local and state standards. Senate Bill 9 authorizes local agencies to deny a project if the building official finds evidence that the project would have a specific adverse impact on public health and safety that cannot be feasibly mitigated to avoid the impact. Other key provisions of the law require that local agencies must allow up to 2 principal units on the subject parcel that are at least 800 square feet in size with 4-foot side and rear setbacks. Require 1 parking space per unit unless the parcel is located within 1/2 mile of a high-quality transit corridor or a car share vehicle hub, and allow for ADUs to count toward the maximum 4-unit total. Additional provisions that are specific to urban lot split require that the split result in 2 new lots of approximately equal size, with the smaller lot being at least 40% of the original lot. Require each new lot to be at least 1,200 square feet and sets a maximum of 2 units allowed per lot. As a result, state law facilitates the creation of up to 4 housing units in the lot area typically used for 1 single-family home. As you can see from the image on this slide, there are various configurations that could occur. For example, if a lot split occurs, jurisdictions must allow 2 units on each resulting lot. So the principal unit, an ADU, and a junior ADU all count towards the 2-unit limit. If no lot split occurs, then the lot is eligible to have up to 4 units, 2 primary units, ADUs, and/or junior ADUs. Now I'll go over the proposed local development standards. The permit for an SB 9 project would be a zoning clearance in the inland area and a staff level CDP in the coastal zone. State law allows a local agency to apply objective development standards as long as they would not preclude the construction of up to 2 principal dwelling units of at least 800 square feet in size with 4-foot side and rear setbacks. As discussed in section 5.1.1 of the November 12th staff report, staff coordinated with each county board of architectural review to gather feedback and input for the development of these and other proposed objective standards not listed on this slide. Feedback received from the Montecito Board of Architectural Review is included as attachment I to the staff report. Again, as mentioned, the proposed standards cannot preclude the development of up to 2 principal dwelling units of at least 800 square feet. The proposed ordinance establishes a lot area range and the maximum unit size allowed within that proposed range. The proposed maximum unit size is 2,000 square feet. However, for projects with 2 primary units, existing and/or proposed, they would be subject to a maximum of a 0.4 floor area ratio or 5,000 square feet, whichever is less. Converted units are limited to the existing footprint of the existing structure, and attached units shall not exceed the floor area of the existing unit if increasing size. Standard setbacks would apply. However, side and rear setbacks may be reduced to 4 feet for single-story units up to 16 feet in height. New attached dwelling units shall not exceed the height of any existing principal dwelling unit on the parcel, or 25 feet and a maximum of 2 stories, whichever is greater. New detached dwelling units shall not exceed a height of 25 feet and a maximum of 2 stories. Since eligible SB9 projects would bypass the typical Board of Architectural Review and decision-maker hearing processes, staff translated the typical design review process into objective standards that would normally be required during the design review. Many of the proposed design standards were modeled after the multifamily objective design standards and scaled appropriately to apply to single-family duplex development. The proposed building design standards require the following: new attached units to match the architectural style with an existing principal dwelling on site, buildings to be designed and articulated with consistent details, materials, and elements, door and window openings to be recessed, a list of allowable exterior materials, roof elevations, and privacy standards for units greater than 16 feet in height. Other proposed standards include requiring at least 250 square feet of open space that is dedicated to each unit, and units with more than 2 bedrooms will be required to provide an additional 50 square feet per bedroom. Existing or proposed landscaping shall be provided at a ratio of at least 20% of the lot area, and it can include a mixture of trees, ground cover, and shrubs for screening. Development shall avoid removal or damage to native protective trees, and trees that are removed or damaged shall be relocated or replaced on site at a ratio of at least 5:1. Projects will also be subject to requirements related to slopes, environmentally sensitive habitat areas, historic and archaeological protections. 1 off-street covered or uncovered parking space is required per unit unless the parcel is half a mile from a high-quality transit corridor or 1 block from a car share vehicle. And finally, require 1 of the principal units to be affordable to lower or moderate income residents. Now we'll be jumping into the proposed amendments to the Commercial Telecommunication Facilities Ordinance. Under the FCC's 2018 Small Cell Order, local jurisdictions may exercise local oversight of issues relating to aesthetics, undergrounding, and minimum spacing requirements of all small wireless facilities, provided those requirements are reasonable in that they are technically feasible and no more burdensome than those applied to other types of infrastructure deployment. A local authority can not adopt regulations that would effectively prohibit wireless facilities. In addition, this FCC rule requires expedited timeframes to process the local permits. 60 days for co-located small wireless facilities, which would be adding a qualifying antenna to an existing structure, and 90 days for a new structure that will host a small wireless facility. The proposed changes will better align the department's current limited discretion to comply with the federally mandated streamlined timelines. To summarize, the amendments include objective design standards to be applied to Tier 1 and Tier 2 small wireless facility projects. Projects that comply with these design standards would not be subject to design review from the county's Board of Architectural Review, along with revised permitting standards for Tier 1C hub site projects and Tier 2 small wireless facility projects from either a land use permit or development plan in the inland area to a zoning clearance permit, and from a development plan in the coastal zone to a coastal development permit. The amendments also include other minor changes to clarify existing regulations. Tier 2 small wireless facilities require that each antenna be no more than 3 cubic feet in volume, all associated equipment on the structure be no more than 28 cubic feet in volume, are mounted on structures that are 50 feet or less, and located on existing or replacement utility poles, non-pole concealment structures, a roof of an existing structure, vaulted underground, or a similar support structure. Listed on this slide are the proposed design standards that I will discuss more in detail in the upcoming slides. The small wireless facility projects that meet these standards would be exempt from design review, and these proposed standards would take place of the BAR process. Staff coordinated with each Board of Architectural Review to gather feedback and input for the development of these standards, and staff also followed a similar approach that the City of Santa Barbara took with their telecom objective design standards. The proposed shrouding and concealment standards encourage compatibility with surrounding uses by requiring all small wireless facilities to be stealth as technically feasible with concealment elements that mimic or blend with the underlying support structure, surrounding environment, and adjacent uses, and requires all new installations, antennas, and associated equipment and enclosures to be fully concealed within the structure. However, if such concealment is incompatible with the pole design, then the antennas and associated equipment enclosures must appear as an integral part of the structure or mounted as close to the pole as technically feasible, and must be no greater in size than required for intended purposes of the facility. To minimize visual intrusion, all exterior surfaces shall be painted, colored, and wrapped in flat, non-reflective hues that will match the underlying support structure and also treated with graffiti-resistant sealant. New poles or structures will need to replicate materials and colors and finish of existing infrastructure nearby, and replacement poles and structures will be of the same material of the existing poles or adjacent poles. Here's a local example of a Tier 2 project where the antenna canister and shroud is being proposed to match the existing poles, materials, and colors. For shrouding, all antennas and associated equipment, such as cables, wires, or hardware, shall be installed within a single shroud radome, if feasible. Pole top antennas shall be visually consistent with the design, color, and scale of the underlying pole and not exceed 2.5 times the median pole diameter. And the sidearm antenna shroud must cover the crossarm and any equipment between the vertical riser and antenna. Side-mounted antennas are prohibited unless no other option is technically feasible. However, where permitted, side-mounted antennas shall be placed as close to the support structure as technically feasible and shall not extend over any roadway or any abutting private property. If applicable laws require a side-mounted antenna to extend more than 24 inches from the support structure, the extension shall be no greater than required for compliance with such laws. Pole-mounted accessory equipment shall be flush with a pole and shall not extend over any roadway or abutting private property. Again, however, if applicable laws preclude flush-mounted accessory equipment, then the separation gap between the pole and the accessory equipment shall be no greater than required for compliance. On the left is an example of a side-mounted antenna with horizontal separation. And on the right, the image is an example of a shrouded pole-mounted accessory equipment. Additional design standards that apply to accessory equipment include undergrounding accessory equipment when they are proposed in any underground utility district or any location where the director finds substantial evidence that the additional above-ground accessory equipment would restrict public use of the public rights-of-way. All undergrounded accessory equipment shall be installed in a load-rated vault that meets the county's standards and specifications. Underground vaults may require a slip-resistant cover and airflow vents, and vault lids shall not exhibit logos or commercial advertisements. Pole-mounted accessory equipment shall be at least 10 feet above ground level, adjacent to the pole. However, if laws require any pole-mounted accessory equipment component to be placed less than 10 feet above ground level, the clearance from the ground level shall be no less than required for compliance with such laws. For orientation, unless placed behind a street sign or some other concealment that dictates the equipment orientation on the pole, all pole-mounted accessory equipment shall be oriented in line with the adjacent road or away from the adjacent road if concealed. The proposed amendments include revising the permitting standards for Tier 1C and Tier 1C hub site projects and the Tier 2 small wireless facility projects from either a land use permit or development plan in the inland area to a zoning clearance permit. and from a development plan in the coastal zone to a coastal development permit. As previously mentioned, these changes will better align the department's permit process with the very limited discretion the county has with respect to these facilities, and the short period of time in which action on these projects must be taken pursuant to federal shot clock requirements. And finally, the proposed amendments include minor changes to the ADU and junior ADU ordinance to correct and clarify existing standards and comply with recent changes to state law. To summarize, the changes include clarifying separate exterior access, junior ADU parking, maximum unit size for certain detached ADUs, adding the RMZ zone to the list of allowable uses for certain types of ADUs, and revising the allowed quantity of detached ADUs on lots with an existing multifamily dwelling. And finally, a minor change to the limited commercial C1 zone district in the coastal zone to allow produce and flower stands with a coastal development permit instead of a minor CUP, and adding requirements for outdoor areas devoted to retail use that are accessory to retail operations. The proposed ordinance amendments to the MLUDC in Article 2 are recommended to be determined exempt from environmental review, as they would not result in any new significant impacts or increase the severity of previously considered impacts. As a result, no new environmental document is required pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15061B3, 15265, 15268, 15282H, and Government Code Sections 65852.21J, 664117N. And the recommendations for today's ordinance amendments can be found on page 1 through 2 of the staff report dated November 12th. To summarize, they are to make the required findings for approval, including CEQA findings found in Attachment A to the staff report, to determine that the proposed MLUDC and Article 2 ordinance amendments are exempt from the provisions of CEQA, and finally, to adopt a resolution and recommend approval of the MLUDC amendments found in Attachments C and D, and to make a recommendation to the County Planning Commission that the board adopt the Article 2 amendments found in Attachments E, F, and G. And that is staff's presentation, and staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Menegas Martin. I appreciate your presentation. That was long and dense, and you did a wonderful job of presenting a lot of material. Thank you. Yeah. I think that we've had the staff presentation. Mr. Villalobos, is there public comment on any of these items?
Mr. Chair, we do have at least one public comment. Two members of the public.
Oh, let's, are they both online?
Yes.
Okay.
Our first speaker will be Steve Fort, to be followed by Ursula Moran.
Okay. Mr. Fort, 3 minutes.
I believe I'm unmuted in audio. Yes, Steve Fort with Steps Land Use Consulting. Just a couple of quick comments. I know, it'll go from the Montecito Planning Commission. They'll have their version, and then the County Planning Commission version will get vetted and then off to the Board of Supervisors. These are kind of some blanket comments that we just want to get out there, and we can probably work and discuss with staff at a later time. My first question has to do with, for a project that has received a letter from the county that it is deemed eligible for SB 9, will that project or those projects be exempt from any future ordinance, such as what is being considered now? Kind of a second question comment is, what if both parcels that will result from one of these projects, what if they both have an existing structure, say a main residence and a legal residential second unit, which I understand can be kind of rare in some cases? How would the standards apply to those? Or could there be exemptions from certain development standards, considering that both structures are existing? And my last comment was related to the inclusionary side of this, the affordability side of it. We understand that it's coming from, a housing element implementation measure, and there certainly is a need for restricted affordable housing. But it comes out as a kind of a 50% or 25 to 50% inclusionary ordinance. And your standard homeowner, property owner who would like to pursue an SB9 project is not an affordable housing provider, savvy with, agreements and monitoring requirements, whatever else might be required. And also, we just think that despite the need we know is out there, we just think that the affordability requirement really could stifle anyone's desire to use SB9 and kind of become an affordable housing provider in some fashion. I think that was the end of my comments. Again, just want to get those out there. I know this will also go to the county side and the Board of Supervisors, and we look forward to exploring some of these questions a little bit further. And perhaps the affordability side of it could be incentivized rather than required in some fashion. But that's it. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Our next speaker will be Ursula Moran.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, good afternoon. I just wanted to get on and introduce myself. My name is Ursula Moran. I handle government and community relations for AT&T. So obviously, I know you're making some changes to the telecom ordinance. And so I have our teams just taking a quick look. No immediate thoughts, no immediate issues or questions that come to mind, but just wanted to introduce myself. Outside of this ordinance, I'll send you all my contact information. But if I can ever help with anything AT&T related, I wanted to ensure you had my contact information. When I think about telecommunications ordinances, AT&T supporting first responders and public safety in the event of a fire, a natural disaster, it's a huge priority for us. And so, we definitely want to work collaboratively with the county of Santa Barbara as you guys go through these proposed changes. And so I'll send my contact information over. But if there's an opportunity to continue this conversation, I just wanted to make sure you knew who I was. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Villalobos, is there further public comment at this time?
Excuse me, Ms. Moran was our last speaker.
Okay, with that, I would like to close the public comment section, and now we will go to Commissioner questions and deliberation. Because we have 10 minutes on the clock for Donna, for Commissioner Senauer, excuse me. I'm going to have her go first. Commissioner Senauer, do you have questions for staff?
Yes, I do. Thanks. Thanks for the presentation. I guess I'll keep it in the categories. Let's start with the telecommunications. There is always the discussion of co-location, which is certainly positively advanced. Who makes the determination if co-location can indeed happen? Is it the first on the poll? How is that structured?
Commissioner Senauer through the chair. So most utility poles are part of the joint pole organization or something like that, I think it's called. And it is kind of first to the pole gets first choice, and then any additional antennas or wireless facilities that get added onto that can be added onto that, but there's certain separation
requirements under state law and Public Utility Commission requirements. So, the existing wireless facility that's on the pole can't prevent another wireless facility from being added to that pole so long as they meet the various standards and requirements.
Oh, okay, but first to the pole basically is a determinant in some form about how many co-locations can exist on the pole within the given standards
Sure,
that
I mean,
are required.
most poles can only accommodate so many, so many so many wireless facilities while still meeting the various separation standards.
Right, so there's a threshold per pole, probably. The other question I have is in tier 2 projects, there was a removal, a strikeout of does not result in human exposure to RF frequencies. Did I misread that strikeout? Or if I didn't, could you explain why that was removed?
Commissioner Senhauer, through the chair, we actually just relocated that standard. It wasn't that we removed it. But the intent.
Okay, so it was a strikeout though. Where was it relocated to?
So we moved it to the general standards that would apply to all facilities, all telecom facilities.
I apologize for not seeing where it jumped to. The other is public viewing space. I know that's been kind of when we've looked at these before years ago, that was a consideration. Is it still applicable? Is it a standard? Is it not a standard any longer for adverse impacts in public viewing spaces?
Commissioner Senhauer, through the chair, I'm not sure we understand exactly the question, but if a project were to comply, I mean, most utility poles and existing infrastructure that a small wireless facility is mounted to has some public visitation because the majority of them are along public roadways. So they're all going to be publicly visible to some degree. If a project complies with the standards that have been identified, then it is presumed to have minimal visual intrusion.
But if there, as has been before, if there are concerns of the impact, can that be addressed? Is there parameters, a scale where it could be moved here or there, whatever?
Commissioner Senhauer, through the chair, the scale and the parameters are the objective design standards. So if a project complies with those objective design standards, then it satisfies the requirements and is approvable. I think what you're alluding to is more of a discretionary, subjective assessment of whether there's a visual impact, and we're moving away from that.
Yes, I can see that. What is the appeal process inland vis-a-vis coastal?
So for the inland, Commissioner Senhauer through the chair, for the inland area, because we're moving from a development plan to a zoning clearance, these projects would not be subject to appeal. However, in the coastal zone, for a staff level CDP, they would still be subject to appeal.
Okay, is there noticing on that? Is there noticing inland and CZO, CZ?
Yes, there would still be noticing requirements for the coastal zone, but not for the inland.
Not for so you wouldn't have a posting, a placard, that sort of inland only in the coastal zone.
Commissioner Senhauer through the chair, that is correct. There wouldn't be a placard or posting for the zoning clearance, tier 2, or small wireless facility projects.
Nor would there be noticing to neighbors within, 300 feet? Is that correct?
Commissioner Sunhauer through the chair, that is correct. Not for the small wireless facility projects.
Okay, thank you. I'll move on and then I'll defer to the other commissioners on the SB9. So neither parcel shall be smaller than 1,200 square feet. Is that correct?
Commissioner Sunhauer through the chair, that is correct.
Chair, we're going to have to take a break because we lost a quorum for a second.
Oh.
So let's take a
Okay.
quick break.
Okay, 2-minute break.
Okay, all right.
Commissioner Sunhauer, you had additional questions.
Yeah, just a few more. Thank you. So on the SB9 ordinance, could you go into, can it be a demo for the lot split? Or does it need to be just land to build? Can you, except for if it was rented for the past 3 years, if it was affordable, all that, those delineate whether it can be demoed, is that right? And then built? I've heard both things, that it has to be simply land with no improvements to do all this. So just a little clarification on this.
Commissioner Sunhauer through the chair, if I'm understanding your question correctly, No, I don't believe that it would need to just be nothing on the land.
Okay.
I don't believe that state law has any requirement.
Okay. And with the affordability, lower and medium, how is that determined? Is there a deed restriction? How does that work?
Commissioner Sinauer through the chair, the affordability, if the board chooses to adopt that provision, that would be per the requirements of Chapter 46 of the County Code, which are inclusionary housing standards. And yeah, there would be deed restriction placed on those units. They'd be subject to a term of affordability and meet certain income requirements.
Okay. Okay. And let's see. I think I'm just about there. So this is, I don't know what your response, but for the AB 1033, is the county looking at that to apply at all in the future?
Commissioner Sinauer through
i.e.,
the chair, I should
yeah.
know this, but AB 1033, which
Is
one's that? There's so
you're
many housing
able-
laws, it's hard to keep
Yeah,
track.
I know. You're able to sell your ADU.
Oh,
or
the separate
a
conveyance of ADUs.
Right, exactly. Which
Right.
has been left to local jurisdictions, I know that.
Correct.
But in the framework where we hear streamlining, we don't want to go there, it's too expensive, all this is leading up to what I'm seeing is that perhaps this will be introduced, that especially with the lots, in conjunction with a lot split, okay, all this can follow. So it's kind of out there, and I just wanted to know if there was any consideration perhaps at this time or in the future of that.
Commissioner Sinauer through the chair. So as yeah, AB 1033 is the separate conveyance of an ADU. So that would be the case where you have a single legal lot, but
Right.
you could sell the ADU
Right.
similar to like if you had a condo.
Right. Right.
There is no current plan at the county level to enact provisions that would accommodate that. SB 9 is kind of can accomplish the same thing. If you are looking to sell off a piece of your property, you could accomplish that through SB 9.
Right. Kind of redundant. Okay. Thank you very much, Alex. Yeah, I'm complete with my questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Stahl, what questions do you have?
I'm not quite clear on this affordability part of it. Does that mean that when you do this, you have to allow one of these to be available as affordable housing?
Commissioner Stahl through the chair, if the board decides to adopt that provision, yes, one of the units of the two principal would have to be affordable, or one of the units, if there is a lot split, so out of the 4 total of the 2 per lot, would have to be considered affordable.
But
so there's 2 routes.
Be considered affordable. I mean, this.
It would be deed restricted.
I don't understand. You would have to make it affordable housing? You would be required to.
Yes, it would be offered for sale or for rent as a moderate, low, or very low income unit and restricted to those incomes.
Is there any provision for family?
No, I don't believe so.
Would that be an option that the board could put in? Well, like if you wanted to put your mother-in-law, or one of your kids, or like would that offset that affordability?
Commissioner Stahl through the chair, I think it's something that could be brought up, but I'm not aware of anything in state law offering that provision.
But if we pass it like this, then does that preclude that?
Commissioner Stahl through the chair, if there is the affordability requirement and that gets enacted as part of these regulations, then that would not allow what you're speaking of. So the board ultimately has a decision to make. Do they impose an affordability requirement or don't they?
Is the affordability requirement an element of the state law? I mean, are we
No.
just adopt?
Oh.
This has been
that
put
is-
in at the discretion of planning staff?
The housing element in one of the implementing programs that was adopted indicated that as part of the SB 9 regulation ordinance amendment, the county should consider an affordability requirement. So that's what we've put forward is an affordability requirement for consideration. It's not mandated. Some jurisdictions have done it, some others have not. So ultimately, it's a policy call, and the board can determine whether or not to include it.
May I suggest that we have that excised from this
Thank you.
presentation for us, in that I don't think we can consider this matter. That the affordable housing has been specifically removed from consideration of Montecito Planning Commission. This is what happened with the Miramar project, where it was moved from the Montecito Planning Commission to the County Planning Commission because of the nature of how the Montecito Planning Commission has been chartered. And so,
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, certainly County Council can weigh in, but
Yeah.
this is a small piece of a much larger ordinance amendment.
But it's pretty
I don't
important.
think you're precluded from weighing in on that particular issue. It's not this isn't an affordable housing project. This is one development standard of a larger ordinance amendment.
but it in essence puts a development standard that would preclude us thank you. First of all, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be argumentative. Council, could we have how should we properly understand the restrictions that the Montecito Planning Commission has vis-a-vis affordable housing and this part of it?
So, Chair and Commissioners, I'm happy to look more closely at what the specific requirements in the county code are, but my initial recommendation would be that before you are considerations of the coastal zoning ordinance, amendments to it and amendments to the Montecito Land Use and Development Code, both of which are addressing SB 9, and you do have the authority to make recommendations on both of those ordinance, either in terms of what language you would like added or not added. And so my recommendation would be to consider that as part of these ordinances and make recommendations accordingly. Recommendations regarding the coastal zoning ordinance would be forwarded to the Planning Commission, who would then forward their recommendations along with yours to the Board of Supervisors. And recommendations on the Montecito Land Use and Development Code will go straight to the Board of Supervisors for their consideration and adoption of those amendments.
So I'm going to try to say back to you what I think you just said to me, just so that we understand. I'm properly understanding, is that because this is a recommendation and not a binding decision by us, a recommendation that includes affordable housing language, we are not necessarily precluded by in our, whatever is the county code that enacts the existence of us. Am I properly understanding?
Yes, I would say, just to further clarify, Chair and Commissioners, that because you're dealing with zoning ordinances and how the zoning ordinances allow for the different commissions to make recommendations, it's within your jurisdiction to make recommendations and comments on these zoning ordinances, even though the topics are broader. So even though the topic addresses affordability, because we're dealing with a zoning ordinance here, you have the ability to make that recommendation on how you would like to proceed in terms, in this case, if you'd want this affordability requirement, you don't want the affordability requirement, you want amendments to that, and all those recommendations will be forwarded on to the appropriate decision-making authority, which will ultimately be the Board of Supervisors on these ordinances.
Okay. I think I'm tracking what you're saying. I remain rather confused as to the larger topic of affordable housing projects and our ability to be interactive with it. But I'm sorry, Council, you've been very helpful. I'm not in any way doubting your expertise and what you've offered. I am less clear as to
kind of the overall shape and design of what we're able to touch or not touch on these topics going forward. But with that in mind, I'm sorry, I kind of stole the mic from you, Commissioner Stahl, and I apologize. Let's go back to your questions.
Okay, so one of my general questions is, you talk about that this being outside of the high fired hazard zone. What part of Montecito is outside of the high fire hazard zone? What? I don't think there's, according to the insurance people, it's pretty
Commissioner
much.
Stahl through the chair. Yeah, actually, I'm not sure any of Montecito is outside the high fire or very high fire hazard area.
Yeah.
What the law says is that if you're in one of those zones, the default is that SB9 wouldn't be eligible, but then there's language in there that if you comply with various mitigation measures and standards of the, in our case, or in your case, the Montecito Fire Protection District, then you can be eligible. So essentially what it means is if you're in the high fire hazard area or very high fire hazard area, so long as you comply with all the fire department standards, then you can pursue a SB9 project. And that means meet their access requirements, defensible space, water supply, et cetera.
Okay, and then I have one just request in general is there's such like sort of rampant use of acronyms these days. And some of these things that you present to us have so many acronyms in them. And if you're not as familiar with them as staff is, it would just help, like when you first use one of them, if you would just spell out what they are, because it's kind of a whole, between these and the ones in real estate, it's very overwhelming to just understand. On the environmental review, what is the CZO amendments?
Commissioner Stahl through the chair, CZO refers to Article 2. It's the coastal zoning ordinance.
Coastal zoning.
So it's just abbreviated, CZO.
And is this strictly for residential?
Commissioner Stahl through the chair, yes. All SB9 projects are limited to residential use only.
So like here where it says environmental review, this is part of SB9. This isn't part of anything else?
That is the environmental review of the project for preparing and adopting the ordinance, specifically the SB9 ordinance. It's statutorily exempt from CEQA. And then we also provided an exemption for the telecommunication facility amendments and the minor amendment.
And what?
The minor amendment, the one that is.
The minor amendments are my biggest concern, to be honest with you. I don't know where this minor change to the C1 zone district, because the C1 zone district refers to, I believe, 3 of the 4 shore oceanfront projects that have come before us.
Commissioner Stahl through the chair, I'm not sure if you're thinking of the Miramar or Biltmore, those are not C1 zone. Those are commercial, visitor serving commercial CV.
So what is C1?
C1 is limited commercial and it's along the strip of Summerland, Lily Avenue, that's C1 zone. And then, so nothing in Montecito essentially. And then Santa Claus Lane, that little strip of commercial along Santa Claus Lane is zone C1. And
so why is it coming to us?
Well, because it's in the part of the coastal zone, which you are making a recommendation to the County Planning Commission. But to answer your question pointedly, there is no bearing on Montecito specifically with that amendment. Where this came from was some issues that have come up in Summerland in particular, where a lot of the commercial properties have outdoor retail components that are currently not allowed in the C1 zone. In the coastal zone, they are in the inland area. You can do outdoor retail in the inland area, but not coastal, so we're just making amendments to try to bring the coastal regulations in closer alignment with the inland regulations for the C1 zone.
Okay, because I don't think any of that information was part of our packet. So It wasn't the one I got, so that would have been helpful. Just because I was trying to figure out how it related to Montecito, and I think those are my only questions.
Commissioner Police, what questions do you have for us?
No, I don't have any questions that hasn't been raised, but I'm curious about how you might align this motion to separate part of it, so I'll let you have your time for that. Thank you.
Question I have is that if a utility is not a part of the pole sharing organization, whatever the pole sharing alliance is, are we required to authorize for them to have their own pole? So the issue is that we've had a utility come to us wanting to put a new pole in a place we don't want it to go. They won't do pole sharing because they have chosen not to join, the alliance of pole utility users, and that as a result, we are stuck with kind of we're wanting to understand, like, how should we understand this ordinance in that context?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I'm not sure if we can force an entity to be part of that joint pole authority. There are other options besides the utility poles for co-location. For example, while less common, you could co-locate on a street light, which is not part of the joint pole authority, or other structures. But what it ultimately boils down to is, with regard to wireless telecom facilities specifically, we cannot impose standards or regulate a project in such a way that would preclude their ability to provide service. So if they can demonstrate through substantial evidence that there are no means by which they can provide their service, but for construction of a new pole or a new structure for their facility, then we are obligated to allow them to pursue that. We can require an applicant to submit their proposed application and then identify some potential alternatives in the vicinity that would potentially meet their needs to provide that service, but ultimately there is limited discretion or ability to deny a project because they say they can't co-locate or it's infeasible to do so.
The definition of a wireless facility, is it apply to companies whose service utility function is wireless service? So the situation we're asking for is if the gas company or the water company wants to do wireless meter readings and they're installing wireless towers around to do that, but that the utility provision that they're providing has nothing to do with wireless, do they fall under this ordinance?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I know you have a pending appeal on a project, and I don't want to get into a lot of specifics on something that is a pending appeal. The small cell order is specific to wireless facilities. I don't believe, I could be mistaken, but I don't believe that it covers like a gas company. Because of the nature of the meter reading from the gas company, we do apply compliance with our telecom regulations because that's the closest set of standards and process we have for those projects, but they aren't a true wireless facility.
Okay. That was what I was, okay. And then I'm a little confused. So in general, as we've looked through this, I have operated under the assumption that most of what we are doing here is the kind of non-discretionary implementation of SB 9 and some FCC items, meaning whether we recommend this or not, this is state law. But that as we came up with the issue of housing affordability, it sounds like that is that there is, even though it is in the state law, there is discretion around that. Is that, could you help me understand what in this presentation there is, we are exercising discretion and where we are kind of,
Yeah.
well, I was trying to avoid that word, but yeah, it's where we are implementing what is a requirement. Because I think that debating requirements is the definition of futility, but where there is discretion, we would want to make sure that we are exercising discretion.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, we could perhaps pull the slide up. So state law provides for, well, let's start with SB 9. State law provides that jurisdictions shall ministerially approve an SB 9 project, which allows for up to 2 primary dwelling units on a single family lot or an urban lot split to create 2 single family lots. And it has minimal, the state law has minimal standards. You can 4-foot side and rear setbacks up to allow up to 800 square foot principal dwelling units, 2 of those. Has a requirement for 1 parking space. For urban lot splits, you can create 2 lots. As Ms. Venegas-Martin mentioned, the lots need to be at least 1,200 square feet, no smaller than 40% of the original, maximum 2 dwellings per lot. So that's kind of the baseline as far as what state law requires. I could be missing a few things, but jurisdictions are allowed to and provided the ability to apply objective zoning and development standards and design standards that would regulate those projects, so long as they don't preclude the construction of an SB 9 project. So where we've come up with the design standards, those are up to your discretion and ultimately the board's discretion to modify, approve, reject any of those. The development standards with regard to the height limits and the floor area, site standards that we've come up with, those were developed locally. So there is discretion to modify those and adjust those, again, so long as we're not imposing a standard that would preclude the ability to construct up to 2 principal dwelling units, 800 square feet each, with 4-foot side and rear setbacks. So there is some latitude in what's before you today, but you just have to, there are kind of bookends to that discretion. With regard to the telecom, somewhat similar, we can apply objective design standards, as many jurisdictions have done, so long as they're not so rigid or significant as to preclude or have the effect of precluding the ability to provide the service. The shot clock standards, that's baked into federal law. There are defined requirements for what constitutes a small cell wireless facility that we can't touch, but the design standards that we've come up with, we do have some discretion in modifying or adding to those.
We're going to lose Tana here in a minute.
Is there a time frame on which we need to be delivering this to you by? Are there another, like, let me be precise about what I'm saying. If we wanted to continue this item, does that mess up the whole, like, getting it through other bodies?
It's going to the county at their next.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, we are slated to go to the County Planning Commission on December 4th, and then to the board early next year.
Okay.
I should say that with SB 9, as you alluded to, it is state law, so we are currently processing SB 9 projects in the absence of local regulations. So the quicker and sooner that we can get these local standards in place, the greater ability we have to ensure that the projects are being processed and approved consistent with how the county envisions them to be so. So those projects will continue to come through, similar with the telecom. So,
Okay. Thank you. With that, I would, is there further deliberation, or I'd entertain a motion?
Well, can we remove that affordable?
I'm ready for a motion, but.
Well, you can do that in the context of a motion. I don't, or do we want to,
Yeah.
no,
We
you
I
can
just-
do that in the context of a motion.
Yeah.
Recommend that
I-
be removed.
sorry, Commissioner Senauer, I thought we had lost you already. I apologize. Please go ahead.
I have 2 minutes. I have 2 minutes and then
Okay.
I have to leave. So my only in deliberations and thoughts are the 800 square foot minimum. Didn't it used to be like 250? Wasn't there an efficiency sort of standard or whatever? I think 800 may be, it may preclude a lot of ADUs or secondary buildings or lot splits. I think it might be on the small side. I mean, it should come down to like maybe 500.
Commissioner
And-
Stenauer, through the
yes.
chair, just to
Yes.
clarify real quick. I
Yes.
think you're confusing SB 9 with ADUs. So ADUs have their own set of standards with regard to square
Right.
footage.
So-
What we're talking
right.
about is the minimum size for a SB 9, which is a principal dwelling unit. And
Oh,
that
for
is
the
state,
principal.
that
Okay.
is state law that
Okay.
needs to,
Gotcha.
can't be
Okay.
any less than 800 square feet.
Okay.
You could still do an ADU, a smaller ADU or a junior ADU. I think junior ADUs can be
Okay.
down to 250 square feet.
Thank you. So that's for the principal residence. Okay. And the last thing is, I think the affordability requirement should be basically discussed further with the recommendation from NPC that a family member, caregiver, and all should be considered as well. So I'm off. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Commissioner Senauer. Okay. So I will, if we could.
Start eating the pages.
I'm not trying to forecast what your motion is, but you could say move staff's recommendations. And then I think there was a question about the affordable housing. And so it could be to recommend staff remove that from, or recommend removing that from the ordinance package. That could be the recommendation. With the motion.
I think I move that we take the recommendations as stated on the board here and have that exclusion, what did you call it?
Is it affordable housing?
Affordable housing to be deleted from that, from this amendment requirement. Jeez, I'm getting tired. So we say this again. We recommend these three actions be taken in the removal of the affordable housing at this time. Live with that? Okay.
I would ask that we remove we also remove from our recommendations the
Flower stands.
minor change to the C1 coastal zoning, and that if it doesn't apply to our district, I don't particularly want to make recommendations that don't exist.
Well, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, just to clarify, as the Montecito Planning Commission, you're making a recommendation to the County Planning Commission on the coastal zoning ordinance amendment package, which is inclusive of the C1. So even if there is no C1 in your zone district, you still,
Yeah.
it's still part of the package. If you remove it, then you're recommending that the County Planning Commission remove that piece of the coastal zoning ordinance.
Or Chair, you could just say you have no comment on that.
I guess that's what I'm trying, is that the rest of this we potentially endorse. I feel a little strange endorsing things that would apply to other people and not
Just say,
to us.
my recommendation is to say that the Montecito Planning Commission has no recommendations regarding C1
Okay.
amendments.
That would be our,
Can you write that up without us here, or what? After we voted?
I think we should do a 10-minute break so I could write that up real quick.
Jesus.
No, I'm joking.
Okay, so.
okay, so I think we've got, so do we need written pieces about the affordability and do we want to be more precise on our recommendation about
I
family
think
members?
we understand your
Care-
recommendation.
We got it.
Okay.
Okay, so we
Yeah,
have,
Chair and Commissioners, as long as the commission's clear on what the motion is, we don't need to write it up. So I'm looking to you to make sure we're clear.
We are clear. Okay, here, are you?
Clear as long as we're just saying remove that
You ready, David?
paragraph regarding affordable.
Okay, so I have a motion and I have a second with the language that Mr. Wilson has proposed. Mr. Villalobos, would you have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Police,
Aye.
Commissioner Stahl,
Aye.
and Chair Miller.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-0.
I'd like to now revisit the December meeting. I mean, Mr. Wilson, in the end, if you're not worried about December, I won't be worried about December.
Chair and Commissioners, I am worried about December because there is a potential of a quorum issue in December.
Yeah.
We haven't had a chance to coordinate with all the parties about who's available if we were to set a special hearing. We could.
Is there a tentative date that we would offer as a special hearing that we could agendize here but then cancel if we don't need it? Because my understanding is once I hang up today, we're done. Well,
I was trying to come up with a metaphor, but I'm not as good as you, Chair Miller. It had something to do with being cooked, overcooked, toasted, but
yeah, no.
can you give us? Can you give us 3 minutes?
3-minute break. Thank you, staff, for presentation on that. Yeah. Apparently, it has to happen in December, and so like a week later, that's Christmas. I'm not.
The Friday 13th does not work.
Okay, so we are discussing the idea of at least having agendized a special meeting in case the 18th is a problem for a quorum.
So Chair, Commissioners, yes, we haven't heard back from Commissioner Kupiak. I think it was our understanding that he would be available on that date, but that would leave us with just the minimum 3 members of the
Yes.
quorum, which would be Commissioner Stahl, Commissioner Puliche, and Commissioner Kupiak on the 18th. The preference is to keep it on a Wednesday on the 18th. If we're looking at setting a special hearing, the dates that I'd recommend would be either the 6th or the 13th. There is a conflict on the 6th with the S-Bar that uses this room on this. So those would be the
6th, you are too?
those would be the dates. Would be the 6th and the 13th.
Would the 12th or the 5th, or is it that whole week?
No, just on that week, it's just the 13th.
Oh, okay.
The 12th is bad for me.
12th is bad. Okay, is the 11th, which is that Wednesday?
We have Montecito. We have County Planning Commission.
Got it.
So the County Planning Commission already has hearings on the 4th and the 11th. So it limits you to, and Thursdays are, there's conflicts on Thursdays. So Fridays are the best day to set a special hearing.
Were we actually voting on something or just hearing that? We're voting on it.
Oh, on the Caltrans project, you're providing a recommendation to the County Planning Commission.
You guys are closed for 2 weeks.
4 days, between the 25th and the 1st.
What about the 20th?
I am after the 18th. I am out of quorum. But once again, if I'm not trying to make my problems the commission's problems, I just don't want, since we don't have people sitting here who can make a commit to a quorum today. That was what.
And I think the concern, Chair, is that there are 2 individuals that can't commit to the 6th or 13th. We already know the 13th is. I don't know if Commissioner Stahl and Chair, if you're available on the 13th.
I am available on the 13th.
I should be.
So then
Sure the 18th is out?
I want to miss that Caltrans.
No, the 18th is still viable, but it's dependent on Commissioner Kupiak attending. So moving the hearing and just losing a quorum on a different date is like an exercise of futility.
Right.
I could do the 18th or the 13th. I mean, I can do either way.
So we can set a special hearing on the 13th as a backup, but that's dependent on if the applicant's even available. So we don't have the applicant here and able to get contact with them.
Okay, I'm happy to agendize that unless everyone else, that seems like the best backup plan with the understanding that it might not work also.
So we could say the 13th and 18th, see how many people are available on either date.
Okay, let's do it.
Does that?
It's a backup, right? I mean, we're leaving it on the 18th for now. Okay.
Yep, sounds good.
Okay, so we will need to take action.
Can I,
on that.
as the board, as chair, I can just say like,
Well, I think since we're here, we should do a motion and an action
okay.
on the 13th.
I'd like to, okay, can I have a motion to have a special meeting on the 13th? Okay,
You can make a motion, though.
you can make the motion.
I move that we have a special meeting on December 13th as soon as a backup.
So is second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, motion passes. With that, I would like to adjourn us.